Greetings, everyone. Welcome, and thank you all very much for coming to join me this evening, or this morning, or this time zone, whatever it happens to be in your part of the world. I hope all of you are well. I hope those of you whom I have not interacted with since the last time I was able to make time for a stream are doing at least as well as you were when last our paths crossed, if not better. Yeah, Asylum, there are many things it could be. I have visited a number of my other friends and colleagues who stream lately, and they all seem to be having the same problems, so I'm fairly certain that most of what is going on is on Twitch's end. But all of that aside, I hope you are all looking forward to trying out some Salt and Sacrifice, because I certainly am. And I will be upfront with all of you, I know next to nothing about this game. As some of you might be aware, I did a little bit of work on Salt and Sanctuary, which was the previous... Well, I don't even know if I could call it a prequel, because I don't believe either of these games are related in terms of their story or their setting or any of the other major details about them. But I did provide some script advice and some QA on Salt and Sanctuary. Notably, I contributed most of the item descriptions and a lot of the flavor text based on the lore that had already been written when I became involved with the project. I have had nothing to do with Salt and Sacrifice, and I was offered the opportunity, and I would have liked to take it, but I had already committed to another very large, massive project beforehand, which I'm still working on, frankly, and which I probably will continue to be tied to for the next couple of months anyway. So I was not able to participate in work on Salt and Sacrifice, unfortunately. I would have liked to, and if things work out, I may yet, but that's kind of up in the air. So I am going into this completely blind. I have no idea what the story of this game is other than their official release trailer. So, yeah, Nightwing, since I knew somebody was going to ask. I guess, Mr. Sargent, I'm not even sure you would call it a spiritual sequel so much as just another game in the same style. Like, I get the impression that this is to Salt and Sanctuary what Bloodborne was to Dark Souls 1. A completely unrelated game in a completely separate universe that just happens to be by the same developer and that happens to share most of its gameplay in common, you know? But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me welcome everybody, because it has been quite a while since last I was able to find a little bit of time to stream. So, everybody who has decided to grace me with your presence this evening in chat, thank you for dropping by. And I see several usernames that I do not recognize, so I'm guessing a few new folks have found their way in as well. Which makes me happy. I appreciate that. It's always nice to see new folks find their way in. Well, hopefully not yet, Bill Murray's Bong. Also, that is a fantastic username. And one that, once again, I do not recognize, but... Welcome, and Thurston S'more, welcome to you as well. I'm kind of trying to catch up on chat and going down the list. I fear it would probably take the rest of the stream for me to shout everybody out by name, so I hope you'll forgive me if I haven't greeted you personally, but... Oh, and what is this? Severn! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Cricket Spiral, it's always a great thing to be streaming. I wish I'd had more time to do this lately, but the project I've been working on since, God, last November has just consumed all of my spare time. Oh, KCK, and thank you for the gift sub to Bill Murray's Bong. There's a sentence I never thought I'd say on stream. Hello, the Doctor. Welcome. Well, Haretsu, if the difficulty or the level of challenge of this game is anything like the Souls series, then we may yet see some salt. And Pink Drink, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Now, I need to apologize in advance if my voice sounds a little bit raspy or hoarse. I am very nearly over the flu now, but universally, every time I catch the flu, which is only ever from my cousins when I visit them, because each of them has at least 3 children of their own, and that makes for like 12 children when the whole family or that part of the family gets together. And you all know how children are little carriers of plague and pestilence. So I always seem to end up getting sick when I visit them for the holidays, but I'm over everything except the sore throat and the cough. So I hope you will all forgive me if any of that is still apparent. Hello, Piranha Guppy. It has been a while. But that is entirely my fault and not at all related to any of you. Well, Innocent Art Cat, I don't blame you in the least for deleting the app because the Twitch app is terrible. You're better off just watching in a web browser. Nobleman, enough that I can't actually give you an exact number off the top of my head. This is my mother's side of the family, and they're a fairly Orthodox Jewish family. Not so much my mother herself, but the extended family on that side. And so there are a lot of them. Yeah, Denim, and that's just the children. Never mind having all the adults together in the same room. Although for some reason it seems like their parents never get sick. And I suspect that's probably because their kids are always sick, so the parents just develop immunity to everything that kids are prone to catching after a while. Aki, I understand why you might come to that conclusion, but I really encourage you to play it before you make that kind of judgment, because while it does draw much of its inspiration from the original subject matter, it also does quite a lot of its own. Kurt, thank you so much for the gift sub to Night Sprite. I really appreciate that. Yeah, small wonder, Blaze Nomad. They never seem to be willing to put in enough effort to development on the app to make it really worth anybody's time to use over just using a web browser tab. Yeah, Sergeant, in my experience, it's a fairly common phenomenon. Anytime people live together in close quarters, I mean, all else being equal, as long as nobody has some kind of immunocompromise or anything like that, then typically what will happen is one person will get sick, they'll bring it home, they'll spread it to everyone else who cohabits, or who cohabitates, rather, and it'll run its course, and anybody who does not die will just stop being sick or stop being vulnerable to that particular ailment. Well, Aki, let's be real. The market has been saturated with Souls-likes, right? And it's totally understandable that you'd be browsing through the Steam library and go through maybe your 50th or 55th or 60th Souls-like and go, you know what? I just am sick of Souls-likes. Right, totally understandable, but what you have to bear in mind is not all Souls-likes are created equal. There are some of them that do it well, and some of them that do not. And Salt and Sanctuary, in my opinion, is one that has done it very well. They weren't trying to reproduce the original games. They were drawing fairly heavily some influence from the original games, but reinterpreting it in a way that was new enough and different enough from the original that, to me, I didn't feel like I was just playing a clone of Dark Souls, you know? I mean, the 2D side-scrolling format definitely, with the, action platformer, or there's so much gray area between genres now that I feel like it's pointless to try to categorize games anymore. I mean, it is and it's not, but you could call Salt and Sanctuary any number of probably 15 or 16 different genres, and all of them would be applicable to some degree. Hello, Crypt. Welcome. But, yeah, like, you could call it a Metroidvania. You could maybe debate how much of a Metroidvania it is. You could call it a 2D action platformer. You could call it 5 or 6 other different things I can think of right off the top of my head. But really, all that's important is that it is a good game in its own right. And if you enjoyed the things about it that it draws from the Souls games, then, well, pick up a copy. And I am here today to give the... again, I'm not going to try to call it a sequel, but I guess just the follow-up or the next game a try. Hey, Panda, welcome! Thank you so much for stopping in. I really appreciate your coming to say hi. It's great to see you. Cilia, I believe it is on PC... God, and consoles, but I don't know off the top of my head which consoles. I would have to look that up and tell you. Okay. PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and Microsoft Windows. And the reason it says Microsoft Windows and not Steam is because it is currently an Epic Games Store distribution. Although once you've bought it on the Epic Games Store, you can set Steam to launch it, which is what I've done, because as it turns out, if you launch it via Steam, it gains DualShock controller support, which for some reason it does not seem to have when you launch it via the Epic Games Store. And mind you, this is the first time I've ever had to launch... Well, no, the second time, because the Mortal Shell beta also required it, but it's only the second time I've ever had to interact with the Epic Games Store, so maybe there's a setting somewhere in there that I don't know about or wasn't able to find that activates DualShock controller support. But the way I was able to get DS controller support working was to just launch the game using Steam. So, that I'm not sure about. Like I said, I know next to nothing about this game other than what is shown in the release trailer. And I suppose for the purposes of a stream, that's a good thing, because I'll get to go in totally blind. I mean, I imagine it must be mostly similar to Salt and Sanctuary in terms of the gameplay and the controls. But we will find that out as we go, certainly. I mean, we can sit here all night talking about it, or I can start the game and play it. Which I always end up delaying. But actually, before we go any further, you buy the game on Steam where it can't be purchased, Hembrent. Before we go any further, though, I have had a couple of friends stop in to chat whom I would very much like to give shout-outs. So, first of all, please do yourselves a huge favor and head on over and check out my very good friend Kira, who goes by Spilt Tea. She is just an unbelievably sweet and kind and wonderful and friendly and outgoing young lady who streams a wide variety of games. She's working her way through Persona 5 Royal currently, and I think she is also has just started Bloodborne. She's doing her very first playthrough of Bloodborne, and that has been very exciting to watch. Yep, P5 Royal, Panda, and actually, while we're at it, the other one... Please also head on over and give my friend Pandalicia a follow. Check her out. She is fantastic as well. Just another really kind, sweet, wonderful person with an awesome community and a really great vibe to her streams, and a great sense of humor, too. And I should mention, actually, that both Pandalicia and Spilt Tea have some really adorable pets. Between them, they have a bunch of cats and dogs, and that really makes the stream even nicer when you get to see all the cute, fluffy pets. But go check them out. They're wonderful in their own merit, pets aside. All right, and now I propose that we actually play some video games, because you all know me. I'm chat-focused to the point that I could just sit here all night and talk to all of you and never get anything done. Echo Drop, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. See, Echo Drop knows. You be careful, Echo Drop. You jinx me, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Is we will end up sitting here all night talking about food or travel or whatever else that's tangentially related or completely unrelated to the subject matter at hand. Alright, I've adjusted all of the settings to what I think will be optimal for the stream, but you will all have to let me know how the audio balance is coming through on your ends, and if we need to adjust the volume at all for any reason, we can do so. And actually, it looks like the game audio is maybe a little low. So let's bump that up a little bit and see if the balance is any better. Blaze Nomad, you want a recipe for tea. You buy Camellia sinensis or Camellia sinensis assamica seeds. You plant them. You wait until the tea plants are mature, and then you harvest them, and you pick the leaves and dry them, and that's how you make tea. Well, Systemi, but you know what I mean, right? There's a balance, and I have so much trouble dividing my attention. I have so much trouble handling parallel tasks that... What is your name? Oh, okay. Enter oh, wait a minute. Is this one of those things where you have to... Ah, it is. Hey, Waltz Queen. Yeah, okay. Ah, and the character creator. How could I forget? I have to say, part of me was tempted to just make Shrek, but Iron Pineapple has beaten that meme to death. Oh boy, you can play as a filthy cleric. Incredible. Alright, what do we have? Cleric, fighter, duelist, highblade, paladin, ranger, or sage. Hey warrior, welcome! Oh, no, I take your point, Systemi, and I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I'm grateful, and I agree. Huh, okay. Wait a minute, what weapons... Okay, the fighter has... what appears to be an axe and a shield, as well as dual axes? Cleric has a mace and a club. The assassin has paired knives, and I'm guessing those are throwing knives? The duelist... oh, has what I believe is a rapier? Hey, Dolo! You keep scrolling when you're selecting your class, the physics go nuts. If only it were possible to see that. What about the High Blade? Oh, okay, High Blade is a samurai. Because that sure is a katana and a bow. Paladin, heavy armor, a sword and shield, and also dual axes. So I wonder what differentiates the Paladin from the fighter. Okay, Ranger. Oh, that's interesting. The Ranger has a spear. And the Sage... Is the Sage's weapon a staff and a sword? First slot is melee, second... Oh, that could be it, Blaze. Hey, Pixel, welcome. No, Hembrant, that sort of thing, you're welcome to provide clarification on. Anything system-related is fair game. I never personally understood the appeal of trying to, or being forced even, to figure out game systems as you go. JRPGs have always done it. Japanese developers, especially, are notorious for adding layer upon layer of different obscure systems to their games, and then going out of their way not to tell the player about any of those. But there are other games that do it too, and I personally have never understood the appeal of having to figure out game systems on your own. Figuring out where to go and learning the story and the lore, that kind of thing, sure. Yeah, that has its own appeal, right? The natural process of discovery. But as far as how to actually interact with the game and make the game work, UX, user experience, in my view, is not something that you should have to uncover as you go through the game in terms of just learning what buttons do or learning how the menu functions or any of that stuff. I feel like that has a negative impact on UX if the game goes out of its way to withhold crucial information from you about how to play it, you know? Throwing axes. Okay, Hembrant, thank you. So I guess that is a ranged slot. Sam, thank you so much for the resub. Great to see you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm not saying that this game is going to do that. I don't know whether it will or not. I obviously haven't played it. But in general, I prefer when a game is upfront and honest about what its systems are and what it expects from the player. Like, to me, it's a negative experience to have to stumble through and figure out by trial and error what the game wants me to do. When I grew up in an era where the game would usually come with an instruction manual that would straight up tell you at least the most crucial and the most important aspects of that. Monotone, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Great to see you. A misguided notion from the Mortal Kombat games, Asylum Cat? Please explain yourself, because I have no idea what you could be referring to, and I'm curious. But I prefer it when a game gives you access to the information that you need in order to at least be able to interact with it the way the developers intend. I guess I'll start as the Sage, because I'm curious about how this class plays. As far as I know, Salt and Sacrifice is all about killing mages. So I wonder what the implications are to starting as what appears to be a mage? Crime, usury. Oh. Okay, wow. Oh, the crime determines... The crime determines one of your starting items? Okay. Ancestry? Oh, okay, this is skin tone. Highlander, mountain, oasis, sun, wood, valley. I have to say, one thing I really wish this UI did a little bit differently is I wish that these selection menus that pop up when you choose an option down here, I wish these would appear to the side, like on the right, rather than overlapping your character and obscuring your view of your character and obscuring your view of what choices affect your character in what ways. Hair color. Gingerbread. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I can just barely see... Yeah, okay, that works. That's close enough. Whiskers. Yeah, see, here's the problem with that. Because now we're switching what I presume to be beards. Yup. And the UI is obscuring our view of it, so we have to perform an extra input to close that menu in order to see what changes we just made. It'd also be nice if there were an option to bind all of the hair color settings to the same setting. True? Huh, okay. I have to say, I do like a lot of these hairstyles. Oh, there's the Petrus. Captain Bowl Cut. This is probably going to be me in another 15 years. Sage's Dome. Oh, God. It even matches the class I chose. That's depressing. Huh, okay. Solar, I have to say, I do like the, just, I stuck my tongue in a toaster by accident. Oh, Kurt, thank you so much for the gift sub to Blepany. Really appreciate that. Darton, it might be. I have the game set to run at 4K. Which is being downsampled for the stream purposes, obviously, but I don't see why that would, I don't see why that would mess with the positioning of the UI. Hey, Debler, welcome! Well... This is how it gets when I let it grow out, but I think... Yeah, on a normal day, it'd be that. Let's see, so hang on a minute then. It looks like 3 of those items we start off with do not change no matter what settings we adjust. However, our crime appears to determine what the 4th is. The game does do weird things with the UI at high resolutions. If you upscaled it above 1080p on your 1080p panel, the selection menus drop off the bottom of the screen. Okay. Maybe we adjust the resolution and see if that makes a difference. Haretsu, usury is... It's a financial crime. It's basically loan sharking. It's when you go out of your way to let somebody borrow money, and then you charge them a ridiculous amount of interest on it. Like, you charge them 100% interest rate per week after you've lent them, like, $100. No problem, Kurt. Sorry to hear that. Thank you for dropping by. Good to see you. And, enjoy your gaming. So, actually, it looks like usury causes us to start off with an item that resembles a pouch of salt from Salt and Sanctuary. Yeah, Tom Nook is a good example, Darton. Yes. Yeah, GDJ, there's at least a little bit of room for legitimate money-lending businesses. Tom Nook charges no interest, Debler? I mean, I've never played an Animal Crossing game, but I've heard all the memes about Tom Nook being a miser and like a financial... exploiter of the player. Does he not charge interest? What's his deal then? Because he's notorious for like ripping off players and stealing their money, isn't he? Well, Blaze, in Salt and Sanctuary, salt was a currency. And I imagine that since it's still the largest word in the title of this game, it probably still is? Hey, Lord Louise, welcome. So what else do we get? Sumptuousness. I have never heard of sumptuousness in the context of a crime. The word sumptuous on its own just means something that is really elaborate or high quality or heavily decorated. Or in the context of food, it means something that's especially delicious or uses high quality ingredients. Tom Nook never charges interest. Just when you pay off a debt, he upgrades your house without your consent and puts it in debt again. Oh, okay. I see, Haretsu. So it's a little more complicated. So what Tom Nook is doing, it sounds like more of a like a mortgage racket or something like that. Yeah, GDJ, I guess we could interpret sumptuousness in this context as maybe just excess. Smuggling, that's pretty self-explanatory. Lasciviousness is a he doesn't repo you. Well, Nobleman, it sounds like it wouldn't be in his interest to repo you, because then he wouldn't be able to exploit you anymore. But lasciviousness is just the, or a fancy word for, or a somewhat fancier word for being lecherous or perverted. It's when you're just super horny and that dictates everything you do. Heresy, forgery, drunkenness, brigandry, blasphemy, arson, those are all fairly self-explanatory. Okay, so I guess this is a universe where alchemy is considered a dark art and is forbidden. And vagrancy. Vagrancy is... It's a really unfortunate thing because there are places where this did used to be considered a crime in real life, and I think there are a few places where it still is, or where vagrants are looked upon unfavorably, but vagrancy is just having no home. It's essentially being homeless and wandering from one place to another without anywhere to set down your roots and without anywhere to call home. And not everybody who is a vagrant by choice. So... Yeah, alchemy, in the context of a superstitious society, alchemy is really just a euphemism for science. Or quack science, depending on how much actual scientific method goes into it and who's doing it. But... Okay, well, I'm gonna go with blasphemy. Because, if I were to commit a crime, it would almost certainly be this one. Or rather, if blasphemy were a crime, I would probably already be in jail. Alright, is that everything? Ancestry... Oh, right. Mountain. Because the mountains are pretty much where I grew up. So we'll take this. Nobleman, for my purposes, they're the same thing. There's really only a thin distinction between them. Heresy is openly defying the established order of a religion and speaking out against whatever that religion's pantheon or monotheistic deity is, whatever the case might be, whether it's a monotheistic or polytheistic faith. Heresy is open defiance of that faith, basically. Whereas blasphemy is... And, I don't know, maybe people who are more familiar with the ecclesiastical can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but blasphemy is just a more, like, a lower level, just sort of a, like when you say, God damn it, oh, yeah, you took the Lord's name in vain, but you're not openly suggesting that we attack and dethrone God, sort of thing. So, blasphemy is like a lesser form of heresy, is the best way that I can, describe it to you. But it seems that there are some other insights being offered in chat as well, which are probably equally accurate, so that should give you some idea. There we go. I am condemned. For the crime of blasphemy, the realm's ultimate penalty awaited me. But there is another way to become a marked inquisitor. I drank the Magebane, I spoke the words. My jailer brings me to the western frontier where whispers of magic again stir. I live now only to hunt mages. Oh, well, I mean... Okay. This seems like an incredibly poorly thought out prisoner transfer. Okay. Yes, Haretsu, our friend, the corrections officer, tasked with transferring us to the wall. Also, I wonder if... I mean, it's probably the same dialogue regardless of what crime you pick. So if your crime, quote unquote, was something like vagrancy, that's like, oh, you're homeless? Well, time to pick you up and force you to drink drugs and make you say an incantation that presumably gives you some kind of powers to fight mages, and then take you out to the mage land and make you fight mages. Well, he'll have the keys. Oh! Did we really need to rip his hands off in order to get the keys to our handcuffs? Waltz Queen, I chose that option. I started as the sage. Changing equipment. Equipment menu. Sensor of harmony? Okay, I have a sword. Oh, a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. Equipment menu. Ah! Boy, it's gonna take me a minute to get my bearings here. And I mean, I do recall this menu being fairly similar to Salt and Sanctuary's menus, but it's definitely been updated. Oh, what do we have? Okay, that's nothing. Blindfold bag. Class 0 light armor. Wait, does this have a description? Info. No, it doesn't. Wait, there are no item descriptions? Or maybe they're accessed elsewhere in the menu. Duskin Hood. Okay, well, it's statistically better than the bag over the head. Quite a bit more fashionable. Although... Oh, okay, I was gonna say, I thought it affected my posture in some way, but... Handling rod. Ammunition? Ammunition. Why do I have ammunition when my only ranged weapon is a staff? Iron Band Stave. Dexterity and Arcane. Okay. Oh, it looks like this is just a secondary weapon slot. Haze Decoction and a Sensor of Harmony. Oh, okay. A brass sensor for burning incense. Where malice is permitted to grow, discord grows with it. Restore harmony by turning instruments of malice upon one another. Oh, it's a seed of a tree of giants. Interesting. So this game does have multiplayer. Decoction brewed from haze spirals, harvested from haze-burnt husks. Quaff it to restore runic focus? Is that HP or MP? Those burnt by haze are reduced to mindless shells by the arcane warp of magic. If an Inquisitor can gain combat resolve through that tragic loss, the realm may be better off for it. Okay. The equipment has... Oh, okay, that's how you access the descriptions of the equipment. I see. Yeah, GDJ, it appears that the sensor is the gift for blasphemy. Pair of soft linen detachable cuffs with flowing sleeves, useful in concealing components, pyrotechnic reagents, sometimes to mystify, sometimes to terrify. Neatly embroidered soft linen tunic accented by purple dyed cosmetic flourishes. The belt holds a component pouch useful for channelers and shamans. Wooden catalyzing rod paired with a bag of reagent powder. A channeling rod is used by tossing handfuls of the powder at the rod's tip, producing a powerful bolt of energy. So this doesn't seem like it's quite magic. It is, but it's not. Force missiles. Class 1 forbidden glyph. Plus 2 cooldown 0. Uses focus. Launch 3 missiles of pure force energy to pursue your foes. Okay. So this is magic. Drastic, you can make some oily butter. Soft linen hood, far more effective at protecting the wearer from the elements than from an enemy's blow. Here we are. A canvas bag tied tight. What's this? Inquisitor's dagger. A dagger fit for slaying mages. A mage can only be truly and finally vanquished by a marked inquisitor who must remove and destroy the mage's heart. The process is known colloquially as devouring. Okay, I wonder if the colloquialism is derived from something more literal. Because it seems like... Jalapeno, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And actually, I recommend all of you head on over and check out Burning Jalapeno as well. I can finally give him a shout out because now he's, well, I'm finally streaming at the same time he's here. And he actually has started streaming relatively recently himself. And he has been streaming lots of FF14 and some other games as well. He's kind of a variety streamer who does a fair bit of FF14 into the mix. And Jalapeno has been a viewer of mine for many, many, many years. And has developed quite a unique channel, actually. He's, you're pretty much exclusively a VTuber these days, Jalapeno, aren't you? And Ouija, hello! There's another one who deserves a shout-out. Hang on a minute, let me take care of this. Check out Ouija as well, guys. Ouija is a charity streamer. He donates all of the proceeds from his stream to his local hospital. Children's Hospital, if I remember correctly, Ouija, right? And I met Ouija when he was doing a, or he was serving as the guide slash Navi for a couple of friends of his who were doing their first playthrough of the Demon's Souls remake. And Ouija is a great dude. You would be well served by heading over and acquainting yourself with him. All right, move. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a ranged attack? Oh, I see. The staff is a ranged weapon. Ah, okay. I see. Oh, nice, Jalapeno. Congrats. X or Y to... Oh, okay. So Y is the strong attack. Left trigger is block. Ah, okay, and right trigger is roll. Right, I'm gonna have to find out what the circle button does, because... Oh, okay. I see how you guys are. Oh, but this doesn't... Oh, okay. This is gonna get a little fiddly. Lord Louise, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Oh, this isn't something we can jump on. Oh, and you still get the Sultan Sanctuary hang time in the air. Wow, that's an impressive amount of hang time. Oh, and there's a ledge climb. Okay, that I think is still the same. Erona ore? Ledge climb. Okay, that's fairly self-explanatory. Ledge drop. Very good. Oh, the wall jump is a starting ability. Okay. Oh, and here we go. Okay. Okay. Well, I can't say that was an even remotely unexpected result. In Sultan Sanctuary, I could defeat the tutorial boss no problem. But being that this was my first attempt and I had no idea what this guy had to throw at me, well, thank the gods, you're stirring. Spell-marked, but stirring, so the Magebane rite succeeded. Cesartlu, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Yeah, it was in Sultan Sanctuary, Nox. Balael herself must have been watching over you when you encountered that beast in the woods. It was pure luck that Stablehand Bren was nearby. You were on death's doorstep when he brought you back to Pardoner's Vale. Fortunately, I was able to nurse you back to health. You may call me Herbalist Shenna. I am the Inquisition's healer at Pardoner's Vale. Here, take this Hearthen flask. Off it the next time you were injured. Perhaps you have quest... Oh, okay, so they didn't even give us healing items for the tutorial fight. Alright, hang on, because... I need to... Oh, okay. How do we... Boy, it's hard to tell if this actually changes the text size. Echo Drop, you grill a sausage without it exploding by poking a hole in either end, a small hole. And that lets the pressure escape, because with a sausage that's in a sealed casing, when you heat it up, the pressure is going to build inside it until the casing eventually bursts. So you provide a little bit of avenue for the pressure to escape, and you're good. Yeah, precisely, Lord Louise. Just a tiny hole in either end is enough. Or you could do what all the trolls in chat are suggesting and just let them explode and make a mess of your grill and your kitchen. And everybody else nearby. Alright, let's see. It's difficult to say. Okay, yeah, that does appear to be a little bigger. I do appreciate that these options even exist. Honestly, Lord Louise, you only lose a little bit of the juice that's inside if you just poke a small hole. It's just enough for the steam to escape so that the casing doesn't burst. Or another way you can do it, Echo Drop, is you cook them extremely quickly over extremely high heat, such that you get that nice little bit of char and the grill marks on the outside, but you don't give them time to heat up so much that the casing explodes. That's the other way. Well, there's that too, Lord Louise. Yeah, if you let them explode, then they lose all their moisture. Oh, they preserved that even on consoles? ArtCat, I'm glad to hear that. That's one of my biggest complaints with so many games, is they'll have custom button mappings on PC, but then they'll cut that stuff out on consoles, and they won't let you remap your buttons. No, Echo Drop, you cook them through, but that's why you have to use high heat. You use high heat so that they cook through, and so that they're not sitting on the grill long enough for the outside to burn. Because the higher the heat, the quicker they'll cook through, and you don't want them sitting on the grill any longer than it takes to cook them through, because it's the time on the grill that gives them the opportunity to build up pressure, and that's what causes the casings to burst. Yeah, ArtCat, that's what I was thinking of doing, but I wanted to finish the tutorial to make sure that the circle button wasn't bound to some other function. Oh, God, I don't know if I've encountered that, KCK, but that sounds awful. Yeah, I am going to rebind that. Configure input. And sprint. Oh, and that's another thing, actually. I really appreciate it when a game lets you assign multiple functions to the same input. I was quite scared there that when I assigned sprint to the circle button, that it was going to automatically demap it from interact. and actually interact. I want on some button that is not jump, but also that is not circle. So we'll set that to strong attack. There we are. Dolo, you want a link to a very good regeneration build for the Demon's Souls remake. You've been wanting to make one just because of the fact that a friend of yours wants to go through the game. You thought a low-level build will help so you can just... Oh, okay, Dolo. Actually, that's very easy. Dolo, it's just any blessed weapon, +5, the Adjudicator's shield on your back, the Regenerator's ring, whatever other ring you want in your second ring slot, since you can't stack Regenerator's rings, and the Regeneration Miracle from the Adjudicator's soul. I guess, Aki, theoretically you could. I don't know why you would want to, but you could. I think it would make the game impossible to play. Oh, okay, so switch weapon is R3 or L3, it looks like. Ranged weapon, block. Okay, R1 is use item. That's going to be a little difficult to acclimate to. Oh, wait, no, this isn't R3 or L3. This is the D-pad. Magnus! Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for the raid, Magnus. It's great to see you. Let me arrange a shout-out to my good friend Magnus Mark 1. Guys, go check out Magnus. Magnus is normally a horror streamer. He streams horror games. But he's also a horror writer. And he streams some of the writing that he's done, some of the short stories. And is just all around a great dude with a cool vibe and a hell of a fashion sense. The man wears a chainmail tie, which means that you can trust him absolutely, no matter what he says. Well, Magnus, figuring out basic config, I feel like I should have done this before the stream when I was running my stream tests, but I didn't realize there would be this much to do, and I wanted to at least get into the game and do a little bit of gameplay before figuring out what inputs needed to be changed. And in order to do that, I would have had to actually start the game off stream, which I didn't want to do, because I've managed to stay completely blind on this game, and I didn't want to mess that up. So hindsight's always 20/20, I guess. Hey, Artista! Ah, very good. Magnus, thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. How are you doing? I've not been able to stream for quite some time, so I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. I hope all is well. Boy, is it sad that I'm looking at this controller layout, trying to figure out how to make it as much like the Souls layout as possible, just because that's what I'm conditioned to be used to. Hello, DG Gnome. Hello, Mario Sif. Welcome. I'm guessing you guys came in with the raid. Oh, Dolo, yes. You will want to start off as the Temple Knight for that build. And a very good candidate for your blessed weapon is just the Mirrodin Hammer that you start off with. Oh, okay, Mario Sif. Well, so much the better. Thank you for dropping by. I wonder if there's a way to unbind an input, because I would like to remove the gestures menu from the possible inputs for now, so I don't activate it by accident. No worries, Dolo. I hope it helps, and if you have any further questions, you're always welcome to ask. Oh, fantastic, Magnus. I'm glad the celebration went well, and I'm glad you have a little bit of time to go visit your wife. Oh, there's an Evil Dead game coming out on Friday? I did not know that. Well, I guess that answers the question of whether you'll be streaming it. Oh, I'm not worried about that with your crew, Magnus. Don't you worry, I have no concerns about that. Makai Kingdom on Steam. Nobleman, it's interesting you ask, because Makai Kingdom is actually one of the relatively few Nipponichi games I've played. As to it being on Steam, I mean, that's cool, I guess. Hey, Algades! The long time no see is my fault, not yours, Algades. I've just had so little time to stream. And let me actually grab myself some tea here before it gets cold, because it has a habit of doing that. And actually, bear with me a moment if you'll all be so kind. I think I need to go open a window, because it is actually starting to get a little bit hot with these dual PCs running. There we are. Yeah, Artcat, Makai Kingdom was a spin-off game. Incidentally, it is the game that introduced Lord Zeta, as well as Pram the Oracle, and a few other characters who, as is Nipponichi's habit, thenceforth became side characters in the mainline Disgaea games afterward. But the Doctor, you've been subscribed for more than a year. Looks like a hybrid of F-13 and... I'm not familiar with any of those games. But yeah, Artcat, I've only ever played Disgaea 3 and a little bit of Disgaea 4. I've actually played more of the spin-offs than I have the main franchise. I've played Phantom Brave, and I've played Makai Kingdom, and that's about the extent of my experience with Nipponichi games. Oh, okay, Magnus. Oh, DBD must be Dead by Daylight. That one I have heard of. Oh, and F-13 is Friday the 13th. Okay. Last year is the worst Kickstarter you've ever backed? I'm so sorry. All right. Let me just make sure I'm familiar with the controls here, because for some reason, the tutorial, I don't think, even mentions some of these. Or it could be that it's going to, and I just haven't given it the chance yet. That would be my luck. Hello, Mr. Master Greg. Welcome. Makai Kingdom is a game by Nippon Ichi, which is an offshoot of the Disgaea series. I believe it was on PlayStation 2, I want to say. I think it was PS2. Maybe it was a generation further ahead or behind, but I want to say it was that gen. It was PS2. Okay, thanks, guys. No, I want to confirm that. Okay. Oh, but if you... Goodness sake, if you bind an attack button to interact, the attack input takes precedence and you can't interact. Blast it. I was going to try to use the, I was going to try to use this to get around the problem of having my, my interact button assigned to a button that I'm not accustomed to having it assigned to. Well, what if we assigned it to the jump button? I hate doing that. Oh, no? Okay. Jump takes precedence. Oh, dear. So is this my only choice to have it bound to, sprint? Yes, okay, it is. Because when you're standing idle, and you're not actually using the circle button to sprint, it's not counted as sending an input signal. So there's nothing for your interact prompt to be superseded by. Okay, well, I guess this is going to be my only choice for inputs then. Alright. I've been here for 3 hexads in a day, and I'm not sure what to make of Pardoner's Vale. Inquisitors arrive, but not in the numbers that are needed. Inquisitors also disappear, and not in the numbers that give me peace. More than anything, I pray for peace. I am an herbalist and a healer, and I'm as skilled as they come at crafting Hearthen Flask from Valley Herb. I feel like maybe these terms, Hearthen Flask and Valley Herb, are being pulled from a dictionary, because otherwise they should have plural in this sentence. And that should have plural as well. They should have plurals in this sentence. It's spreading to me. Help. You find any shimmering bud in the valley, verdant novice Trista can aid you in improving the potency of your hearth and... Yeah, I feel like this is the same issue as I need more black lamp. Balael. The names of the gods have fallen from our tongues, so it's no surprise to hear a trained mage hunter ask about Balael. Balael is the god of healing wind. It is said that she draws flies from the sick into an urn filled with magical oil where they become butterflies. Okay. What do you mean a trained mage hunter? I was just some rando blasphemer who got pinched by the mage police and injected full of drugs or forced to drink drugs and sent out here to fight mages. Yes, spell-marked. You would have died in those woods if not for the Magebane rite you undertook. This region is polluted with warped magic, but there's a benefit to it. Those who have successfully undergone the Magebane rite can stave off death, becoming spell-marked instead. Not living, not dead, but animated by the mystical warp that affects this region. There is a way to atone yourself. I think maybe the word should be absolve yourself of the spell mark and return to life. But it requires a rare item known as a guiltless shard. Oh, that's our humanity, I guess. The corruption of mages and their minions has a crystallizing effect on whatever purity remains. These solidified masses are shards of pure innocence. Hunt and devour mages and their minions if you wish to be atoned and become living again. Oh, okay, and that's just repeated dialogue. Magebane rite. You committed the crime of blasphemy, didn't you? Perhaps your memory is foggy. When you became a marked inquisitor, you would have undergone a Magebane rite. You would have drunk an elixir known as Magebane and spoke cursed words from a forgotten tongue. Many inquisitor initiates make missteps in the ritual, and it doesn't take hold. Unfortunately, the only way to know if the Magebane rite is successful is for one who has undertaken it to die in the presence of magic. Many Inquisitor initiates have fallen in Auchenlay Valley, never to rise again. You're fortunate in that respect. Oh, good. So I did the evil ritual correctly. Of course, this begs the question, if you do the ritual correctly, and then you come here and die where there's enough magic to prevent you from becoming completely dead, and then you leave, like if I were to just walk back through the woods and go back to civilization outside of this portion of the world where magic exists, does that mean I just drop dead? Take care, Night Sprite. Have a good one. Oh, okay. And there's a little bit of a wall grab there as well. That's interesting. Oh, but this stuff isn't destructible. Ah, okay. Ah, and there are still combos. I'll have to experiment a little bit more with the attack input order, but... Chopin! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. 72 months. My goodness. I am alright, thank you, Chopin. How about yourself? By Taranen's hands, you're awake. I'm Warpsmith Zachiel. You can call me Zach. Welcome to Pardner's Vale, but before we get too far into it, you should go speak with Champion Hera. She's down the steps to the west. Okay. Enhance equipment. Aha! Ashbear. Alright, I guess that's our upgrade material. What? Oh. Okay. What's this all about? Oh, I see. So you don't hold circle to sprint, you tap circle to sprint. And of course, it does consume stamina. Although, oddly, jumping doesn't? Okay. No, Cimmerian, I was offered the opportunity to be. And I may help out sometime later if the opportunity still exists, but I couldn't because I'm already working on a project that has lasted since this past November and is still currently ongoing. And that project is taking up pretty nearly all of my time. Breakfast, thank you so much for the Tier 2 resub. I really appreciate that. Welcome back from the Thrift Pits. I hope you came home with something you like. Okay, so we've got our regular, seemingly infinite combo pending, or provided we have stamina. Okay. That's our strong combo. Okay, and if you start it with a weak attack, you skip the first couple of hits. Interesting. And then we've got the downward stab. Okay. I'll have to play around with this a little more. Oh, hang on. Does sprinting not increase your jump height? It doesn't look like it does. Oh, okay, Breakfast. I see. Alright, what is this input then? What is holding circle? Looks like it, Denim. I mean, it's not exactly a helm splitter. A helm splitter would be holding the blade level with the ground when you fall. This is more of a, this is more of like a Zelda 2 downward stab. Okay, and it looks like strong attacks only do about 20% more damage than weak ones. So I'm not sure even how... Oh, and the downward stab... The downward stab does the same damage as the aerial combo, but can't be chained and takes longer to execute. So unless it has some other property like being able to knock enemies down or something, it seems like there's no reason to use the downward stab. That's a shame. And chaining it as part of a combo with strong attacks does not seem to matter. Oh, holding circle crafts ammunition. Thank you, KCK. That's what that is. You are Franz, I trust. I don't remember introducing myself to anybody here. Am I wearing dog tags or something? I am Champion Hera. I'm technically in charge here at Partners Vale, but I do my penance here just as you do. You must embark at once to Ashbourne Village, but to do so you must first speak with Rune Reader Dedella. Descend the stone steps to the west until you reach a cat. Then descend more stone steps east until you reach the pond. Then speak to Rune Reader Dedella by the Mirror Gate. Okay, go to Ashbourne Village. What's down here? Upgrade hunter tools? Oh, this must be ammunition capacity. This is the hearth and flask. Okay. Well, Denim, then I guess it was my own fault for carrying my wallet when I knew I was going to be committing crimes like blasphemy. But of course, I don't have any of the required materials for any of these upgrades. Hello, Inquisitor. My name is Trista. I'm a verdant oh, no, not a verdant novice. I don't know why I read that as novice. Well, Berdantvoice. There's the N, the O, the I, the C, and the E. I guess that's why. I am a verdant voice, one who speaks for the herbs, fungi, and minerals. You're welcome to use my apothecary's tools to restock and improve your supplies. You're lost. If you're looking for Rune Reader Dedella, you can find them in the Mirror Gate through that cave to the west. There are also some supplies in there that I can use to replenish your hearth and flasks. Okay. Grub, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I am still alive. I should hope that something like the flu isn't going to put me down, but no problem, Grub. Have a good one. Thank you for dropping by to resub, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Locked, okay. I guess we'll be back later. Oh, wait a minute. That is... okay. Oh, and we have a sprinting attack. Which seems very difficult to hit, or to land both hits with. Yeah, I guess that only lands both hits on bigger enemies. Open stockpile. Oh, this is... okay. This is the bottomless box. I see. Two valley herbs and a bloodberry. I wonder if those regenerate over time. Does not open from this side. Okay. Oh, alright. Irona ore, huh? Firebombs! Okay. Those are always decent early game. I mean, I can't speak for this game. Level up. Ah, yes, there it is. I did want to see if this game had a skill tree like Salt and Sanctuary, and it appears that it does. Well, Breakfast, I don't know what's so cursed about it other than you going to the thrift store. But I am alright, thanks. Other than you? Other than you? I mean, how about you? Where did that come from? Words, English. What do we have? Class ability. Point of Arcana. Okay. Read Class 1 Forbidden Glyphs. Kinda improves attack of Arcana scaled weapons. Oh, that's just... Gain 1 point of resolve? Wield channeling rods. Resolve determines your maximum focus points. Okay. Well, it starts us off here. Oh, God. Not gonna happen, Echo Drop. So I'm guessing the yellow ones are ones that are pre-learned. Level up. Ah, yes, insufficient salt. Okay. So salt is still the currency. All right. Ah! Oh, that is not even remotely what I intended to do. I wonder if there's a place somewhere here that I can heal. Also, they said something about a cat. Where is this cat? Ah, must be this. Is there a way to zoom in? I can barely see. It kind of looks like a cat, but it looks like it also has antlers? I don't know. Without being able to zoom in, I can't tell. Locked. Set runes. No mission available. Oh, these are, I believe these are actually just Futhark runes, aren't they? Pause menu zooms in. Thank you, KCK. I mean, I guess that's a little better. Yeah, that cat definitely has antlers. Why does that cat have antlers? Alright, so... wonder what that's for. I guess it does say to talk to her. Are you ready to enter the Mirror Gate? Mirror Gate. Yes, you've only just arrived, and magic in these woods is not well known even among Inquisitors. Behind you is the Mirror Gate, a gateway between distant locales. I am called Rune Reader Didella. I am the keeper of the Mirror Gate. The warp of magic has already begun to poison these woods, rendering travel by land nearly impossible. But the Mirror Gate can lead us right to those cruel and twisted mages that plague the realm. The Mirror Gate is activated by arcane words spelled in runestones. As a marked Inquisitor, you must always be seeking new runestones. I can share a word of runestones with you. Travel to Ashbourne Village. Choose the runes from the basket, then step into the light. Oh. Okay, it's exactly what I figured it would be. Cooperation board. Aha! These are most definitely not Futhark runes. So, this is a very interesting way of handling what appears to be essentially the Dark Souls slash Bloodborne slash Elden Ring password system. Oh, okay. I wish I had time to read what was in that. Valley Herb and Irona Ore. Doesn't open from this side. Oh, and that just puts us here. Huh. Yeah, Haretsu, I sure hope those mages don't figure out a way to interfere with the magic gate somehow. If I drop down there, I'm not getting back up. So first I want to figure out how to heal. Oh, okay, good. I'm glad it gives you an option to automatically use the runes that you've gained. I'm just waiting for these to have some secret combination that's never told to you. Breakfast, is this a picture of one of yours? So it is. Look at this fluffy boy or girl. Perfectly camouflaged outside. I saw scenes of chaos and destruction in Ashbourne Village, but a silent desolation has gripped it since. The trade town, once hopeful, is now a warped battlefield. Still locked. Alright, where can we go to recover our health? Not here. Now, I wonder, why would I want... a plump edible fruit from a flowering valley plant. Eat it to restore a small amount of health. Its juice is quite staining. Mind your garb, Inquisitor. Okay, well... Firebomb. Simple explosive device. A corked clay pot with a piece of oilcloth emerging from the cork. Explodes on contact, dealing heavy fire damage to all nearby. Okay, R1 to ready it. I see. Oh, and we got a poison bomb from somewhere. I wonder if it came from that chest whose contents I didn't have time to finish reading. A corked glass vessel that appears opaque is actually filled with thick green gas, the product of a sealed, specially treated moss. Explodes on contact, adding heavy poison buildup to all nearby. Okay. Well, first... Flask containing a restorative elixir. Quaff it to restore some health. Concoctions like these exist in wide varieties, but all utilize in some quantity the red valley herb, flowering plant with healing properties. One of the most famous recipes is called Queen's Kiss, named for the common belief that only a noble's touch can cure certain specific types of infection. Ah! Incredible breakfast. A ragdoll cat, Nox. Is that what I think it is? Is that what it sounds like? Because the idea of a living cat just being a complete ragdoll is both adorable and also a bit disconcerting. It reminds me of that breed of supposedly or so-called fainting goat, where they don't actually faint, but anytime they get surprised, I think they have some neurological condition that is genetically inherent to their breed, where their muscles freeze up or something, and they just fall over. I forget what exactly the mechanism of action is there, but... Yeah, Haretsu, I am glad that at the very least it's possible to pet the... whatever this cat is. Okay, so it is what I thought, Nox. Ragdoll cats are really just floppy ragdoll cats. Or as Freud would say, sometimes a cigar is just a penis. That is what he said, I think. Where can I go to recover my HP? Is there no bonfire? No equivalent of a bonfire? There were, in Salt and Sanctuary, there were altars that you could rest at. Hey there, Inquisitor. Call me Stablehand Bren. I supposed Herbalist Shenna told you about your lucky escape, eh? I know you're keen to get your bearings in Partner's Vale, but it sounds like the Inquisition could use some help in Ashbourne Village. Oh, that's it. Oh, and you can pet the... elk. I wonder if this is the same elk that we rode in on. I wonder if he survived. What do we have here? Guiltless Shard. Okay. If we use this... Aha! So that was, in fact... Amateur, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. It's great to see you. The original studio has rebranded, and it's a slightly different team now, Amateur. But yes, I don't think this is exactly a sequel, because I don't believe that its story is at all related to that of Salt and Sanctuary. I could be wrong about that. I know almost nothing about this game, because I have managed to stay entirely blind. But yes, this is a follow-up, I guess you could call it, to Salt and Sanctuary. And it does indeed appear that that blue portion of our life bar was an HP penalty, which... Ah, okay, resting at the statue heals you. I will have to remember that. Oh, I was gonna say, I could have sworn I equipped the, I mean, let's call it what it is. The the orange Estus flask and the blue Estus flask. I'm guessing these are restored when you rest? So this is not going to be useful unless I get invaded. I wonder how invasions work in this game. Because... well, I guess we'll figure it out when we get there. I'm not sure I would put it quite that way, Asylum Cat, but... if you want to use FromSoft games as context... this is the Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 1, I guess. Actually, that's probably still not the best comparison. Because Dark Souls 2 did try to rehash a lot from Dark Souls 1, whereas it looks like this game is going entirely its own direction. Oh, great. I can't open that door. Oh, okay, but I can wall jump to get out. I see. Alright, well, I guess there's nowhere else that I can go yet other than to this town. Ashbourne Village. Obelisk. Regain health and focus. Replenish all consumables. All consumables? Stock all materials? Just in resupply. Oh, is there going to be a... okay, well that almost certainly... wait a minute, it says all consumables. But it did not replenish my, Guiltless Shards. So I wonder... oh, you can't just release to... hang on. Ah! Release to fire. I was gonna say, I thought I saw a setting for that somewhere. Boy, I'm glad you can change that. Yes, okay. Oh, that's a decent blast radius. So if we now rest and resupply, does that... okay, it does not. So this is deceptive. It says restore all consumables. But what it actually seems to mean... ah, as I thought. What it actually seems to mean is just our flasks. Oh, and we can return to Pardoner's Vale from here. I see. Oh, replenish from storage, KCK. That's not clear at all from the way it's described. Valley Herb and Bloodberry. Okay, well, I guess we're not going in there. Hold on a minute. I wonder... oh, it doesn't bring this back. Blast. Ah, okay. So it seems that the downward stab does indeed launch enemies. I didn't actually think it would. Ah! Okay, one of these. Ah! Okay, and it looks like you can stun lock them a bit as well. That's interesting. I'm mashing the circle button, wondering why it's not causing me to roll. Wonder why that could be. Okay, so stun locking is a valid strat. Ah. Sheesh. Oh, and you can, interesting, you can knock enemies out of attacks in mid-air. Huh? Oh, okay. And then they drop items. Ah! Oh, the delay on this ranged attack. I mean, it does pretty decent damage compared to our physicals. Alright, well, let's see if I can actually get past this enemy without taking damage. Ah! Okay, no, he attacks too quickly. But you can just stun lock him to death from the looks of it. That's not how I expected to be dealing with an enemy like that. Boy, I tell you what, if you want to compare this game to Souls or to Elden Ring, this is diametrically opposite. In Elden Ring, you can't kill anything with stun locking. You can't button mash any of that game's enemies. Especially not big ones. Honestly, I kind of like this a little better. Haze Spiral. Okay. Gotta love the goblin shooting an arrow into the ground. Okay. So I guess the lesson for dealing with those big guys is just mash attack. What the? Oh, this. Okay. Yes, I remember this from Salt and Sanctuary. Nothing? No secrets? There occasionally were. In Sanctuary. Okay, well, that's not opening. Although I imagine this probably has something to do with it. Yeah, it looks like we need something we don't have in order to get in there. Okay. Ah, and it looks like healing in this game follows Dark Souls 2 rules rather than Dark Souls 1 rules, where healing from your healing flask is gradual and not immediate. I will have to bear that in mind. That was the case in Salt and Sanctuary as well, but I'm fairly sure I remember in Salt and Sanctuary it being possible to increase the healing speed to some extent. I don't remember exactly how. Okay, well... Oh, well... Okay, today I learned enemies in Salt and Sacrifice can transition between zones. Got it. Boy, as easy as it is to button mash this guy, it's really hard to actually get in on him. I wonder if a roll would accomplish that. Artcat, the Hearth and Flask is the main healing item. And that's the one that was slow healing. Well, I look forward to finding a weapon that can juggle, or at any rate, a spell that can. Okay, no, I guess timing is just... timing is enough to do it here. Root Seal Cavern. Okay, watch out for bats. Got it. And for whatever that is. Ah! Okay. They can jump, and just as you can stunlock them, so too can they stunlock you. I see. Man, that trade. So for the shield guys, I guess the strategy is to just get behind them. Oh, hi, Monotone. Welcome back. Okay, that looks like a drop. Or maybe a way back up from somewhere. Ah, so much for jumping over him. Jeez. Oh, that hurt. Oh, okay. Grey Moss Mire. Golden candle and a bronze what? Bronze snuffer. Okay. Golden candle wrapped in brilliant cloth. It is a beacon for fellow inquisitors. Ah, these are co-op items. Elegant bronze snuffer. It resembles those used in liturgical ceremonies. Cancels an active faction hunt search. Okay. Co-op items for sure. Guiltless Shard? How'd I miss that? Oh, is that what you were talking about, Pixel? The thing I just picked up? Probably was. No, there's definitely fall damage, Breakfast. I hurt myself in the main hub. Falling off a cliff. Oh, okay. Ah! Jeez! Well, that wasn't very nice. Okay, got it. There's one of those enemies. Oh, and these do respawn, but it looks like only when you die? Before the shield guy? Oh, jeez. Okay, Is there some kind of attack speed penalty when you're spell marked as well? Oh, no, it looks like there's... It looks like there's a movement penalty. Hang on a minute. I need to figure out what's going on here, because I am definitely moving more slowly. Carry weight is still 6.9 out of 19. Oh, I just noticed the poise stat. No, not the health debuff, Breakfast. I know about the health debuff. Okay, it looks like... It looks like it doesn't change anything about our equip weight. Or our stamina, but we're definitely moving faster now that we're no longer spell marked. Oh, okay, Breakfast. Oh, I also ought to pay attention to where I'm going. Asylum Cat, I'm really sorry to hear that. Please stay safe. God, okay. So don't use jump attacks against the two of them. It looks like dashing in is much more effective. Yeah, come on. Alright, Pixel, you'll have to... inform me where the item I missed is, because... Oh, yeah, Asylum Cat, that'll definitely mess with asthma if you have it. Rare vines sometimes found growing symbiotically over more common plants. It is extremely fragile but highly valued for its use in improving the potency of potions and elixirs. It can be used to upgrade tools. Crafting life-saving antidotes. Ah. Well, I screwed that up big time. Oh, hey, No Home, welcome. Pixel, go right where you killed the shield guy. Before you went down and got killed by the spear guy, there was a stone obelisk? Okay. Okay, so spacing with the roll is important too. So that you can get behind an enemy and still have... still be close enough to it to hit it. Stone obelisk. Pixel. I do not for the life of me see what you're referring to. Down and left. Down and left is the enemy that killed me. Hello, Check-in. Welcome. On the mid-level? This? Okay, also, Pixel, easy. Take it easy with that shouting there. There is some latency, despite the fact that I do stream in low latency mode when I possibly can, as my connection allows. Alright, well, this enemy is not interested in playing fair. Therefore, I don't see why I should be. Come on. There we go. Doesn't look like it damaged him, though. Or did he just block it? Man, times like this, I really wish you could aim stuff straight down. Oh, wait, no. That did proc. Holy hell, is that doing 31 damage a tick? What is this enemy? Oh, or less than one. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe he's just so resistant to poison. Can he follow me? That does real damage. It does not, in fact, look like he can follow me. But he can block. Oh, I take it back! Oh boy, can he follow me. But I think I've got him where I want him. I sure do. And he dropped abso-freaking-lutely nothing. Incredible. Well, what was he guarding? Is that worthwhile, at least? Sealed. Devour 3 hearts of named mages. Well, that whole endeavor was a complete bust. My god. Okay, so much for that. Yeah, Civ, the effects are not obnoxious. Ordinarily, when I see this level of bloom on stuff like the lights or the environmental effects like these little sparkly things floating in the air, normally that really gets on my nerves, but I feel like the way that they've been integrated into this game's visuals is a lot better than I've typically encountered. Uh-oh. Urik's Necklace of Ears. Okay. I wonder if there are headshot bonuses. Doesn't look like it. Oh, okay. Stamina? Oh, that's interesting. It looks like jumping and performing a ranged attack temporarily breaks his AI. Oh, okay, and when he's under 50% health, he starts using a follow-up. Got it. Ah! Okay, I see. I see the problem with crafting ammo. So that's something you have to take into account in battle, from the looks of it, is... if you spam all your projectiles and you run out, you have to find an opportunity to craft more. And those opportunities do not come cheap. Ah! Once again, I am habitually using the circle button to try to roll. I really ought to just give up and switch inputs. Jeweled fibula. The other thing I got? Ash Spear. Core of purified magic encased in ashen stone. Level 0 offensive artifact. Plus 2.2% melee damage. Well, that's worthless. Wonder if I can sell it. Well, first things first. Oh, I don't have enough. Okay. Alright, well, first things first, let's, because I can't keep doing this with, trying to use R2 to roll. Let's see how it does with all three of those functions. Roll takes precedence, but... But if you double tap it, you sprint... Oh, that's bizarre. Okay. So... What if... set sprint to that, and then interact be left. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this feels far more natural to me, coming from the Souls games, to have roll bound to the circle button. Okay, Mortenia, left trigger is block. Which is something I don't use, and probably don't have a use for, as a magic-oriented character, and I really wish that I could just unbind that input. Although... No, I can't, because I'd need some way of unequipping it. What's this? Oh, damn it, but... Now roll takes precedence over interact. Holding it down, it shows another button? Seem to. Okay, so I have to rebind this again. See, if there were a way... Hang on a minute. Maybe there is. Maybe this... Okay, no, that's... What is this column with none, then? While holding block, press X? That's just jump. I feel like This game has just a few too many button input functions. And I really wish that it were possible to unbind some of them. Because here it says none. But I have no idea what this column is for if not to set the input for a particular function to none. Forget Boomer's Omen of Fate. This is an anti-millennial, anti-zoomer set of control interactions. Okay, so I need to rebind interact to something else. Can I rebind it to block? No, I can't, because block also takes precedence over interact. Sure, Breakfast, but then which would take precedence, the right row or the middle row? You know, I don't... What else could we set interact to? Or rather, since I'm not using block at all, and I don't intend to, I wonder if we could set block the same button as dodge. I wonder which of those will take precedence. If dodge takes precedence over block, no problem, we're good. Okay. Good. Oh, and actually, this works out brilliantly because if you hold the button after rolling, you immediately go into a guard. You need to use block to use your spell? No, you don't, Omen of Fate. You use, Wait, what? No, that's... Huh? Then what the heck was that other projectile? Oh, I don't have enough to craft ammo. A grappling hook. Jump and press circle while airborne. Oh! Oh, I see. And that's what these little sparkly things are. Aha. Okay, need to use block to use your spell. Why? Why can't it just be bound to a single input? Well, the grappling hook is definitely reminiscent of Sekiro, Mortenia, although... Oh, for goodness sake. I was gonna say, although I'm curious to see how it's integrated into the gameplay in this game. Another thing I wonder, and this will be the first time I'll have had an opportunity to check it, is are there bloodstains? Looks like there are. Ugh. But now interact is bound to a button where it doesn't feel natural. Ah! Well. Oh, he can jump that distance without taking... Holy hell! So enemies just don't seem to be subject to fall damage at all. Oh, God. Oh, I feel like I really should have taken some time to adjust the control scheme before I started the stream, because it seems like the amount of time it's going to take me to configure this to something that's going to be even remotely intuitive to me is... more than I should be spending on stream trying to figure it out. And yet, until I figure it out, I fear the quality of my gameplay is going to suffer. Oh, and I still don't have... What does this mean? Does this mean I don't have enough materials to craft ammunition? Or does it mean that storage is full? What? Means I don't have more in storage. Okay, what? Why is it still... Oh, okay, because that's a baked-in prompt and it doesn't take into account control rebinds. Oh, okay, yeah, it seems the crafting items do automatically go to storage, Mortenia, but I didn't realize that you could access them from anywhere when they are in storage. But that seems to be the case. It seems as though I was crafting ammunition out of items that were in my storage box. Which I didn't expect to be able to do, and mind you, I don't have any complaints about that, but... It just wasn't something I expected, because usually it's not how it works. Whatever is in storage is inaccessible in most games. You started as Highblade and haven't really used the short bow. Yeah, like... I think the gameplay so far is fun, but the control scheme gets in the way of it being fun. Like, just the fact that there are so many different functions that all seem to need to be bound to a button. You can't unbind them and just not use inputs you don't care about. Like, I don't need the gesture menu. And I would love to be able to assign that button to something else and just not open gestures at all. But it doesn't seem like there's a way to do that, and now I'm running into the problem where the game insists that I have buttons bound to inputs I don't want them to be bound to, but when I try to combine inputs, as often as not, the input that I don't want taking precedence ends up being the one that takes precedence. The biggest problem, and this is a problem in so many games, this was a problem in particular, I recall, in Phenotopia Awakening, where the interact button was irreversibly bound to the jump button, and you couldn't separate those functions. You couldn't bind them to separate buttons. And it caused a real problem for me in the gameplay, because I was constantly jumping over people I wanted to interact with and constantly interacting with something when I wanted to jump. This isn't exactly the same problem, but it's kind of a similar one where I can't bind interact to an input that is intuitive without the input that I'm binding it to having some other function overwrite interact. Like, ideally, I wish this game did what the Souls game did, where you hold or tap circle once to sprint and tap it twice to dodge. I guess let's just start over from the beginning and I guess this is probably as good as I'm going to be able to make it. And a couple of the other inputs I'm going to struggle with. They're not intuitive to me, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do any better. Yeah, no, Echo Drop, I have mixed feelings about even making such an issue about this. Because don't get me wrong, I'm grateful that these configuration options exist. But the way that they actually function is not necessarily the most intuitive and not necessarily the most friendly to binding multiple functions to a single input. Okay, so if I set sprint to right trigger, then I set dodge. Oh no, I can't, because whatever I set dodge to, interact is going to have to be the same input as sprint. Unless... Unless interact will take precedence... See, now this is becoming a puzzle of what input takes precedence over what other input. Yeah, okay. So switch weapon takes it. Almost everything seems to take precedence over interact. So switch weapon. Okay, what if... Huh? Okay. Well, actually, if we've got R3 and L3... then we might have a workaround. Oh, God. Now of all times. Wooly. Wooly, my gosh, what are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Well, this is an unexpected but tremendous privilege. Thank you so much, Wooly, for the raid. I suppose you've just finished Final Fantasy VI, then. You must have just beaten the game. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And welcome to everybody dropping in from Wooly's stream. And thank you, Breakfast, for the shout-out to Wooly. I suspect most people here probably already know who Wooly is due to the overlap between our communities, but for anyone who does not, go check him out. He's fantastic. He's an OG content creator and has been a friend of mine for quite some time, and is just an all-around really chill guy. He has been playing Final Fantasy VI, the pixel remaster of Final Fantasy VI, for the first time, and is also doing his first playthrough of Elden Ring currently. And I have to say, both of those playthroughs have been a tremendous pleasure to watch. Wooly has been joined for those playthroughs by a good friend of his, and someone to whom I was introduced through him, actually, one Reggie, also known as Chester. And I don't think Reggie has his own Twitch channel, but he does have a Twitter channel, and I would like to give him a shout out too, because he's become quite a fixture on Wooly's streams lately, so let me give the man a shout out as well. The shout out feature only really works for Twitch channels, but we can improvise that. There we go. And that ought to take care of shoutouts. Yeah, I don't think so either, Breakfast. Although, hopefully sometime he'll decide to dip his toes in. Because he's proven himself quite adept. He and Wooly make a great team, but he has an account he uses to tell people to chill and chat. I mean, normally he's on stream Echo Drops, so he can kind of cut out the middleman, but all right, let's see here. I apologize to everyone who came in with the raid. You all caught me as I was trying to sort out my control inputs, but I'm trying out Salt and Sacrifice. This game just released a couple of days ago, and it's a game that I've been looking forward to trying for quite a long time. It's one that I've been interested in for a while, and I actually did some work as a script advisor, and I provided some QA on the previous game, Salt and Sanctuary. I unfortunately was not able to commit to working on this one because I've already had my hands full with another extremely large project since November, and I just haven't had the time to commit to another project beyond that. I've barely had time to stream since then, but maybe once things calm down for me a little bit, maybe there will still be enough work left to do on this game that I can contribute something. Yeah, there's that, Echo Drop. I feel weirder and weirder about repeating that every time we get raided. I feel like it's becoming a little bit too much of a catchphrase, and I don't like cliches. Alright, so what did we say? We said the gestures menu was going to be L3, because L3 is not an input I need to use here. Alright, and switch weapon. That can be down. Interact can be up on the D-pad, and that should solve the problem of having interact superseded by some other input that takes precedence over it. Dodge can be circle, what I'm accustomed to for the Souls games. Sprint can be... Okay, here's where it gets a little bit tricky, but I think I'd be okay with sprint on R2. And that way I won't have to mess with the input for block. Okay, using items is still fine. Previous and next item is fine. Alright, let's try this. Okay, that's to sprint. Yeah, it can't be my imagination. It really does seem like you move slower when you're spellbound or whatever that status is. Ah, Red Rock Run. Well, hopefully the issues Twitch has been having with encoding and frame rates are not so serious that the stream is not displaying at 60 FPS. Because I am streaming at 60 FPS, and hopefully the animations are coming through clearly enough that you can see for yourself. Although there's enough background obstruction here that you don't really have a very good view of the character. There we go. So we'll just, we'll do a few basic attacks, Red Rock, and hopefully that will be enough for you to see for yourself, rather than have me try to give you a subjective opinion. Better for you to form your own, right? Oh, he hasn't beaten FF6 yet. I thought for sure he would make it to the end today. I was actually hanging out in his stream a little bit earlier when he was doing the Sunken Castle stuff with Odin, and I would have thought for sure he'd finish it. Yeah, Echo Drop, for the entire stream, I'm showing in OBS 331 frames missed due to rendering lag. And that, I think, more than anything, is just any time I click out of OBS, there's a little bit of lag that causes a couple of skipped frames. I'm not even sure if there's anything I can do about that. I'd probably have to completely rebuild the PC that I'm using for encoding. And even that might not do it. Roland, are you serious? Is there a clip of that? Because I want to see that if there is. Oh, that was at the boss of Kefka's Tower. Okay. Yeah, because I was there when Wooly found that weird bug with the menus where the text... he tried to arrange his spell list and the text started going crazy. That Pixel remaster didn't get nearly enough time in QA. Because, yeah, that's not the only weird bug I've seen. And just looking at the list of bugs that they've already fixed in patches since that version of the game was released, it clearly could have used a little bit more attention. All right, well... yeah, Red Rock, I still haven't had enough time with this game to be able to give it a proper comparison in terms of the animations to Salt and Sanctuary, but one thing I have been hearing, and I've been completely blind, and am completely blind on storyline and content, but one thing I've been hearing people say about this game in terms of just general opinion is that the control scheme and the responsiveness of the button inputs have been improved over Salt and Sanctuary, and that the animations have been improved to at least some degree. I've been hearing people say that. I'm still having a hard time discerning any differences in the animations, but that's because, at least partly anyway, because I haven't played Salt and Sanctuary for a long, long time. I put in a fair amount of work on it, honestly, when I was helping James out with QA and when I was writing item descriptions for him and things like that. And then I did a full playthrough of it on my YouTube channel, and I haven't touched it since then, and that was 6 years ago, I think. Ish. Alright, now I have to figure out how to get back to the village. I think it was not through there. Ah, thank you, Roland. I will set this aside and definitely give it a watch after the stream, because I am really interested to see what shenanigans Wooly managed to pull off. It really is true what people say. His QA background is just inescapable. The poor guy just can't get away from finding all these Class B and C bugs. Oh, okay, we do have the ability to upgrade... Oh, no we don't, because we apparently still need some other material. Well, that's a shame. Oh, you know what we should do, though? I believe the currency display in the lower left, the one on the left side, I think that is salt, which is the currency we use to level up in these games. And if I go any further, I'm probably just going to die and lose all of that. So why don't we go see if we can spend it and get a level or two? And there's a grapple point as well. Aha! Yes, it is indeed salt. And we have 1,446, and we only need 400 to level up. Oh, wow, and the, wait, what? Black Starstone? Yeah, Red Rock, there weren't really any facial expression customization options. And I feel like actually the character customization may be even a little bit less detailed and elaborate in this game than it was in Sanctuary. But there's enough to at least make the basic changes and feel like you've got somebody who's at least somewhat unique. What I wonder, though, is what these black starstones are. These must be things that you spend on the skill tree to unlock skill tree nodes, I'm guessing. I imagine we'll find out shortly, because if we open up the Tree of Skill... Aha, yes. That is, in fact, the Black Starstone icon. Question is now... Gain 1 point of Arcana, gain 1 point of Arcana. Are there no abilities we can learn? Gain Resolve. Gain Resolve. Gain 1 point of Conviction? Oh, it's just a scaling stat. Yeah, Roland Knight, it came out a couple of days ago. Yeah, Red Rock, I feel like the fact that you can't really do much to customize your character's face is offset by the fact that you don't really see too much of your character's face, at least not up close. The focus is really more heavily on the equipment you're wearing. And that's perfectly alright with me, because in a way, this game kind of dodges the problem that most of the Souls games had, wherein you would spend 2.5 hours in the character creator making your perfect waifu or e-girl, or, you know, just making Shrek if you're Iron Pineapple. And then you'd spend the rest of the game with a helmet on that completely obscured your character's face anyway. Or you'd spend the game hollow and your face would just be the generic bacon zombie face. It's available on both, Roland Knight, but I am playing this on PC. Shrek is the perfect e-girl. Well, Systemi, I'm going to send you over to Iron Pineapple and let you debate that with him yourself. Okay, read Divine Glyphs. The question is, what are the abilities that I want to go for? Oh, wow, that's... What a jump. Read Class 5 Forbidden Glyphs just right off the bat. Read Class 2 Forbidden Glyphs. Oh, okay, you're meant to circle around to it through here, it looks like. So the Sage starts off in a portion of the skill tree where there's a lot of Resolve, there's a lot of Arcane. There are stave, weapon, upgrade. Okay, I see. Crossbows. Light armor. Light armor. The thing is, I've yet to encounter any forbidden glyphs, so I have no idea what they are or what they do. I'm guessing those are the types of spell that the Sage uses. Yes, Roland, it is an Epic Games Store release. However, you can set it to launch with Steam. Miscreant, thank you so much for dropping in. Red Rock, I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, Omen of Fate, the glyphs are on weapons? How does that work? So is it just something you attach to your weapon? Oh, the spells are on weapons. Huh? Okay, so this must be what you mean. Force Missiles is a Class 1 Forbidden Glyph. And for some reason... Okay, it is attached to the Iron Band stave? Staff, that should say staff. Runic stave, favorite among sages of the Alterstone Kingdom. Okay, so you're telling me that if I equip a different weapon, that weapon will have a different spell, and in order to use the spell on that weapon, if it is above class 1, I will need to learn class 2. Am I understanding that correctly? I am guessing that's the case. Yeah, because the channeling rod doesn't appear to have any spell or attack attached to it. So I'm guessing this isn't even something you use as a weapon. Some weapons have 3 different spells. Okay. God, I'm overwhelmed just thinking of what button inputs you would have to press in order to use multiple spells on the same weapon. Also, it says this weapon is an iron band stave, but I'm attacking with a sword? And there appears to be a sword attached to it? But the sword portion of this weapon isn't mentioned in any part of its description. So is this just a generic no-name sword that you get with every staff? Because the staff can't be used for physical attacks? This whole system confuses me. Alright, well... Resolve. Luck. Okay, this just all leads to stat boost. Great hammers, heavy armor, scythes. That's all fairly irrelevant to my current character's build. And these are divine glyphs, which I guess we could specialize into, or diversify into, rather, but... Ah, okay, class 2 channeling rods, so we're gonna have to... We're going to have to go for that eventually as well, but for the time being... It seems prudent to work on unlocking access to higher tier glyphs. The thing is, in order to use higher tier glyphs, we probably will also need higher tier staff weapons, which means that's going to have to be our next priority. Three light attack and then heavy you use the staff? Oh, so you do! Huh. Okay, hang on. Okay, sure, so that accounts for the staff portion of this weapon. But then what's with the sword? It's just not mentioned anywhere. I mean, okay. So I guess staff weapons are literally just a staff paired with a sword? Sure. What a weird way of doing this. Well, anyway... I guess so, Systemi. I guess I'm just surprised that there's not a pure staff weapon. Like, I never would have expected a mage to start out with a weapon that is a combination of staff and sword. I would have thought that a staff was a staff. I don't know, maybe there are weapons later on that are just a staff. No, Roland, I don't think this game has anything to do with Salt and Sanctuary. I think they're completely unrelated. Alright, hang on. So, blocking... Wow. This spell sucks. I mean, I guess you can rapid fire it. Dust Bunny Anna, thank you so much for stopping in. I really appreciate you coming by to say hi. I'm alright, thanks. How are you? Celia, they did just miss. I don't know if you saw that. They are not guaranteed damage at all. They have homing capability, but, I don't know if you saw what just happened. One of them completely overshot and then circled around the target, but didn't have enough of a turning radius to turn around and hit it, and it just hit the ground. And I imagine they're probably also blocked by obstacles and ceilings and floors. Yeah, Valiard, and I suspect that maybe increasing your arcane stat will boost the damage that spell does. At least I hope it will. Monster Hunter elements, Miscreant. I have no idea what you're talking about. I thought that was just a joke somebody made earlier. I had no idea this game incorporated any elements from Monster Hunter. And if it does, I have no idea what they are. And I would just as soon not know, because I am going into this blind. And I am sure we will come across them eventually. Unless by Monster Hunter elements you mean the teleportation gate and taking missions, which it looks like is something we haven't even unlocked yet. Almost every review mentioned that, Valiard? Really? I can't imagine what this game would have drawn from Monster Hunter. Yeah, Anna, it looks good. I feel like they did improve upon the graphical style of Salt and Sanctuary. Maybe not drastically, it's subtle, but the way that they're handling the lighting in this game is not something that I remember from Salt and Sanctuary. And maybe that's just because I haven't played it in so long, but... it just anecdotally, it feels like the lighting and the particle effects and the fog, and even just like the glow on this obelisk here. I feel like they look a little bit nicer. They've been improved. And I appreciate the multiple layers of parallax here as well. When I move the camera around, you can see lots and lots and lots of parallax layers. And that does wonders for making the world feel spacious and deep, despite this being a 2D game. Yeah, Fu Manchu, it came out a couple of days ago. I wanted to stream it on release day, but I didn't have the time. My hands are so tied with the project I'm working on now. Yeah, that is a criticism I've heard fairly frequently of Salt and Sanctuary. Although I believe this game uses the same type of character models, and I believe they're rigged in the same way. I'm not 100% sure about that. I'd have to ask James, but whatever the case, the actual animations of these models seem to have been tweaked a little bit so that they're smoother and a little more natural. Or at least that's what I've been hearing people say. But I feel like for me the jury is still out on that. I'm still trying to decide. Hello, Trickster. I am doing all right, thanks. Apart from just walking into groups of enemies. Because I get distracted and forget to focus on chat. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. He can't shoot through the ground. Oh, you know what? But there was nothing up here. We can't even get in to whatever is up here yet because we have to... Guessing we have to use the grappling hook somewhere because we were just given it. The question is where? You know, I feel like we can switch interact to down, switch weapon back to up. That puts interact a little more conveniently close to the thumb. Oh, goodness sake. What? Oh, there he is. Come on. Yeah, welcome to my world, Monotone. Right there with you, buddy. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's anywhere in this cave to use a grappling hook. We can't go down here because this path is blocked and we have to kill more mages. But I don't remember there being a path out here for us to follow. It was just the cave with the grappling hook. Oh, wait a minute, or no, I take it back. What? Oh, it's circle. Okay, I forgot already. Okay, so this is our path. And this is our obelisk. Okay, I guess getting up there some other way. Aha! Craterstone Mines. And yeah, Trickster, the grappling hook was not in Salt and Sanctuary. Boy, I feel like an enemy is going to come out of that door. Page of Curses? Page that lists the names and transgressions of other Inquisitors. Oh, this is the invasion item. Okay. I really wish there were a way to turn off auto-equip. Maybe there is. It does not appear that there is. Yeah, okay, no, there isn't. Damn. Okay. Oh, I see a path up there. Sealed, devour 2 hearts of mages. Yummy! Thank you so much for the resub. Frankly, I can't believe that either. Considering how little time I've had to stream, and oh my goodness. What is this? Kara, you can't be serious. Yami, was this your doing? Did you coordinate this with Kara? Or Kara, did you act alone? Thank you so much for the raid, Kara. It's so good to see you. Welcome, Kara's community. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. My name is Franz. And those of you in Kara's community might occasionally have seen me in her chat. I also play video games on the internet. Although I'm not a musician. Oh, did she raid and run again, Sabin? Did she do that? I guess I can't blame her. I know she has a busy schedule and she probably had to rush off to get dinner or spend time with the family. Or just go to bed, actually, because, yeah, what time is it over there? It is... Oh, it's not as late as I thought, but... Tonight must have been a music night, then. Because I think she usually goes a little bit later on video game nights, but... Anyway, everybody, do yourselves a huge favor. She wants to sleep, Willie. I mean, I would have believed you, and I certainly wouldn't have held it over here. Oh, you're probably right, Sabin. Unironically, I bet you're right. I bet she went to do CrossFit today and was probably exhausted. Because she did say she was really enjoying CrossFit. Anyway, let me give a shout out to Kara Comparetto. For those of you who don't know her, Go get to know her. Go follow her channel. She's a good friend of mine. Kara is a classically trained musician, and more recently, she has branched out into streaming video games. And there aren't enough good things I can say about her. She's one of the kindest, sweetest, most talented, most welcoming individuals I've ever had the privilege of getting to know on Twitch. And I'm very proud to be able to call her my friend. She's an awesome pianist. Her video game streams are super cozy. And she is, I think, the only broadcaster I know on Twitch, possibly that I've ever met, who is explicitly a family-friendly streamer. It's not a common thing, and it's something that I kind of think people take for granted, but she's the only one I know who goes out of her way to expressly advertise family-friendly streams. Yeah, I know, Ruby, I know. But by 2022 standards, she keeps it extremely clean, right? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we all tease her for the occasional crap or poop or whatever, but really, she has the cleanest vocabulary out of just about everybody I know. Well, Black Animal, yeah, I mean, the swear jar is certainly some incentive, isn't it? Tobias, Kara is a fascinating person to me, Tobias, in terms of her taste in video games. Like, the original Doom is the last game I would have expected her to have played as a kid. But she loves it. And I mean, what can I say? Props. I appreciate that. Big respect to her for that. That's, you know. Swear jar was so 6 months ago? I mean, I guess it has been a while, Sabin, since we've seen it, but... Magnus, I have to say, Magnus, it's funny that you've weighed in on that, because I cannot imagine two broadcasters whose content is more different than yours and Kara's, but yet I think the two of you would have great fun if you just played Doom together for an evening. For those of you who don't know Magnus, let me give him a shout out too for anyone just coming in. Magnus is also a good friend of mine, and he is a horror streamer. He streams horror games almost exclusively, and is also an author of horror fiction. Yeah, exactly, Magnus. Something like that. I don't know, it's just... One of the things that I've really started to discover, more thanks to Twitch than anything else, is just how much common ground people can find, despite how different they might be. And to me, that's a wonderful thing. That's something I really like, is being able to meet people who are not necessarily the same as me. You know, people from different walks of life and different backgrounds and upbringings, and still manage to find enough common ground with them to be able to get to be friends, or, you know, have a pleasant conversation, or play some video games together and enjoy the experience, that sort of thing. Just, I don't know. I suppose I'm risking waxing philosophical here, but... Five Nights at Freddy's, right. I don't know, I feel like between original Doom and Five Nights at Freddy's, there is a significant amount of difference. I suppose he could, Willie. I mean, you'll have to refresh my memory on that. I seem to recall Kara saying that she doesn't like games that are just jump-scary, kind of, scare you out of your pants at every turn kinds of horror games. I think it was her that I remember saying that. But then again, I have a lot of friends who feel that way. And I personally also feel that way. So maybe I'm just unintentionally projecting my own aversion to horror games onto poor Kara. Oh, okay, this was a ladder that I see. Oh, there you go, Magnus. A black animal, which streamer are we talking about here? Me, Kara, or Magnus? Oh, I can't weigh in on that, Breakfast. I've never played Dead Space. I know, I'm a disgrace to gamers everywhere. How can I call myself a gamer, having never played Dead Space? Well, Yami, welcome to the club of ruined sleep schedules. All the same, thank you for the resub, Yami. Go take care of yourself. Do whatever you need to do to preserve what's left of your sleep schedule. Oh, okay, Black Animal. I see. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, Black Animal, how we tend to just develop these stereotypes and associations in our mind where, for me anyway, I had to consciously remind myself when I showed up for Kara's game stream that night, and she announced, oh yeah, next week I'm going to be streaming Doom. I was like, really? Your parents allowed you to play that as a kid? But apparently they did. And apparently she really loved it. So, you know, you never know who's going to enjoy what, and it's easy to just fall into the trap of thinking that a certain type of person will only like a certain type of games, but boy, Kara brought me back to reality on that. And she's not the only one. There are other examples as well, but ouch. Okay, well, I am increasingly at a loss as to where to go here. It looks like the only door that leads further in is blocked off because we have... Oh, wait, no. I take it back. Oh. Looks like there's some creepy stuff going on over here. Thank you, Yami. You too. Have a good one. Enjoy League. Well, Sabin, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, the very first game she played was Chrono Trigger, remember? I helped her set up that stream, actually. She and I spent a fair bit of time going over how to get OBS configured properly, and how to set the resolution correctly, and how to pair her controller, and that kind of stuff. And I mean, just the fact that she was a fan of Chrono Trigger and that was a formative experience for her as a kid, that immediately told me that I was in good company with someone who shared at least some part of my taste in games. But at the same time, I feel like if you ask anybody from my generation what kinds of games they enjoy, you are probably more likely than any other genre to get the response of, yeah, JRPGs, Squaresoft games, like Golden Age Squaresoft games, Final Fantasy VII, or earlier, you know, Final Fantasy IV, and then, of course, Chrono Trigger. Yeah, Black Animal, that they were a bit incongruous as a decoration. But it was worth a try, right? Well, yeah, Sabin, they were just called RPGs back in the day because no Western companies were making games like that. If you wanted to play that kind of game, you had to get one that was made in Japan. So the concept of JRPGs, to my recollection, didn't really... Oh, this is where I was supposed to go. I didn't recognize this as a new area. Whoops. The concept of JRPGs back in the day didn't exist because there was nothing to differentiate them, because they were the only RPGs. No Western companies were making games like that. Or almost none were. In the West, it was more, oh, yikes, okay. In the West, it was more stuff like Rogue and Diablo and Pillars of Eternity, which I guess came much later, but Fallout, right? Fallout and Fallout 2, those kinds of games. There were a few, Fennec, but they were the exception rather than the rule, right? It seems to me that the majority of the games that were coming out of Western development studios at that time were more action-oriented or shooters or like third-person kind of, or 2D platformers. Although even a lot of the 2D platformers back, yeah, Doom, those kinds of things. Baldur's Gate, exactly. And Lumino, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Western RPGs are much more common now. Hence the need for differentiating them from JRPGs, because, I mean, there's also a lot of overlap in terms of the systems and the content now, because Western RPGs and JRPGs are borrowing from one another, or Western RPGs are borrowing from JRPGs anyway. It seems fairly rare that I find a JRPG where the developers have felt the need to borrow anything from the West. It seems like it's kind of a one-way trade there, but... that might be the case. ArtCat, I feel like Quake, whatever Quake was originally supposed to have been, it turned into so many other things that were never intended. Like, wasn't Quake one of those games that it was modified like dozens of different ways and turned into completely different games that didn't even have a passing resemblance to the original Quake? I want to say it was one of those kinds of games. Have a good one, Black Animal. Thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it. And Kara has clearly gone to bed already, but maybe the rest of you from Kara's stream can relay my thanks to her for the raid. Or I could just message her. I should probably just do that. The one before me climbed this hill seeking aid in the slaughter of mages. But the one before me has not yet slaughtered a mage. The one before me is not yet worthy. Prove your worth. Devour the heart of a mage. Didn't we just do that? Didn't we just defeat a mage? Is that true, Asylum Cat, or are you just memeing on me? Resident Evil 4 made Devil May Cry and Onimusha? I don't know about any of that, Innocent Art Cat. Resident Evil 4 came after Onimusha. I think. Errant Signal did a video on Quake and his Children of Doom series. 100% true. Really, Asylum Cat? RE4 did result in Onimusha? Wait a minute, how did RE4 come out before Onimusha 1? Am I just going senile? Have I just completely lost all sense of time? Hey there. You're an Inquisitor, aren't you? Magebane right and all? Yeah? Vulgar? Listen, if you make your way up the cliffs just behind us, there's a tree at the very top. A talking tree. It told me that it wanted to speak to someone who had devoured the heart of a mage. Have you done that? Devoured the heart of a mage? No? Perhaps it's time you began your journey, then. The gatehouse below us, there is a burned corpse with a strange magical warp to it. If you can investigate the corpse, perhaps it could lead you to a pyromancer. Okay. In the gatehouse below us, you say? Huh. Oh, it didn't, Magnus. I was gonna say. Because I know Onimusha is older than Resident Evil in terms of when the games were released. The planned ideas became base work for the other games as they reworked and redefined into RE4. Combat Heavy Test 1 became Devil May Cry. The desire to set it in Japan led... Oh, okay, so what you're saying, Magnus, is... the concept for RE4 was drawn up long before RE4 was released, but then the concept for RE4 kind of mutated into Devil May Cry and Onimusha, and then after that, it became RE4? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, well, there's our shortcut. Named Mage Hunt discovered. Devour Argentine. I see a pyromancer that calls himself Argentine. Wreathed in hellfire, his flames engulf Ashbourne village, threatening to reduce it to naught but dust. Follow the trail of embers to the pyromancer, then defeat him and devour his heart. Oh, and it looks like there are... percentage drops for this. Oh, I see where the Monster Hunter comes in. I see where that comes from. I got it. Now it's clear. Okay, Magnus, I gotcha. So, each different RE4 prototype they made ended up not being used as the final RE4, but just ended up being modified into a completely different game. And then RE4 came last. I see, Fu Manchu. Okay. See, my ignorance on this stuff is entirely a consequence of the fact that I've never played DMC, and I only ever played RE2 as a kid. And I played a few of the Onimusha games, but those are the only ones that I really have a significant amount of experience with. Alright, let's see. So how does this work? We follow... Ah, we follow the... Oh, God! He's just right there. And there are dudes fighting him. Ugh. Wait, what? Did these guys kill the target of my hunt? I'm confused. Oh, no, is that him? That is, in fact, him, but... Devour one named mage. Aha. Thank the gods and Inquisitor. I returned from a journey to Ashbourne Village only to discover what had become of it. I had even forgotten about the village's warding seals. Many of the doors are impassable while powerful mages still roam. Oh, I get point down. If you can destroy a named mage, and I mean truly, truly devour its wretched heart, you will gain mastery over the village's warding seals. Many nameless mages roam Ashbourne Village, but only the devoured heart of a named mage will get you past these warding seals. Well, that's great, but... Oh, okay, I'm being pointed downward? Is this just a... Is this just going to be a case of he teleports around and... Oh, I see. Ah! Oh, hang on. Tempest! Thank you so much, Tempest, for the $21.02. Tempest says, get some grub this weekend. I really appreciate that, Tempest. Thank you. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you very much for helping keep this crazy dream of mine alive and supporting the channel. Very much appreciated, and I will put that towards some food. Thank you. Ah! And now that I switched my dodge input to circle... I'm accidentally... using the wrong button again. Okay, yeah, I see. So the Ember Trail is pointing me toward... Why are these guys attacking my target? And Tempest, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. In addition to the donation. Seriously, Tempest. Okay, it looks like he's down here. Wait, somebody just shot an arrow at me. I didn't see... Oh, it was from there. Okay. Silver. Ah. Oh god. Okay. Oh, hang on. Hopefully he'll just stay there and wait for me. No, he sure won't! Well, that wasn't very sporting. Oh, but he's a glass cannon. Has a lot less health than it looked like he would have. Not bad, Tempest. Genuinely not bad. It's certainly got a learning curve. Ah, there he is. I'm confused about why there are different animations for picking up some of these items. I'd probably better heal because I have a feeling... Ah! Blast it. I was going to say, I have a feeling that once we get down to the lake bed there, we're going to have to fight this guy in earnest. Okay, yeah, and the black fog is pointing me this way, so I'm guessing, yup, there he is. Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. Argentine, the Ceaseless Fury. So it seems that you can damage him. You can damage him as you're moving through the stage. Okay, so that's interesting. You weaken but don't kill him, and then you knock him down. Holy cow, that's a lot of loot we got. You miserable fool. I need the flame. I need the fury. Why did you stifle my rage? Why? I avenge those you've killed. The rage of fire cleanses, and you avenge the dead leaves? Champion of the ash heap that is Alsenley Valley? I needed fire. I needed to feel the flame, to smell the burning flesh. The cold is overwhelming. Ash-caked lung? Well, one thing's for sure. Even if the Inquisitors are being manipulated by some sort of suspect forces, this guy was not a good guy, and it's a good thing we put him out of our misery. They may have done Art Cat, but there is still fall damage. Fu Manchu, it's interesting because the Souls games tried to do that, and until Elden Ring, they pretty much abjectly failed. And I mean, this is a fairly simplistic implementation of that, but it works. I'm a little confused about the intent, because it seems like when that guy was teleporting through the level, he was getting attacked by regular enemies. And I'm not even sure if that's intended or not, but... Nice work, Inquisitor. Argentine will no longer kindle his foul flame in Ashbourne Village. If you haven't yet, I'd recommend taking any relics you collected from his corpse to Warpsmith Zachiel. You're to survive these lands, you'll need to learn how to use the very essence of the mages against them. Through Carnificus, even the foulest magic can become a tool of the righteous. Ah! So, this is basically a Sage Frake type philosophy, where you obtain the demon's soul, and you manipulate its power so that it does something different than what it naturally would have done, and you channel it using intelligence into something more complex and sophisticated than it began as. It is intended, Valyard. Interesting. Champion. You may be a champion inquisitor, but you know as well as I, that rank is nigh meaningless in among marked inquisitors. I may have some special authorities, but more often than not, my role is that of a glorified accountant. Huh. Rune Reader. You've already spoken to Rune Reader Didella, I trust. Without them, Pardoner's Vale would not be the strategic bastion it is. I can't fully understand how it works, but Rune Reader Didella claims to hear messages that most cannot, and the messages grow louder and more clear when mages are in anguish. That sounds incredibly suspect. Perhaps some guiding force speaks to Rune Reader Didella. Perhaps the mages themselves wish to be destroyed. Whatever guiding force that is most certainly not to be trusted. Matters to me is that the messages Rune Reader Didella receives bring us closer to ridding Alterstone Kingdom of mages. My crime? A sad one indeed. I was stationed in Yrden during the Great Strife. I and some other champions were tasked with protecting some farmers. I carelessly mismanaged a patrol under my watch, leaving the western approach unguarded. Bandits seized on the error. We fought them off, but among those who lost their lives in the raid was a fellow knight, Champion Jayek. Had only peasants lost their lives, there would have been no quarrel, but Champion Jayek's death meant I had a price to pay. Oh yeah, because peasants are expendable, right? They're not important, and they don't play any kind of crucial role in supporting the kingdom or anything, right? I chose the life of a marked inquisitor because a life in battle is still a fine way to live. Tempest, this is the very, very beginning of the game. So, yeah, you know my usual pace of progression, Tempest. You know how it is. A Sunlight Knight is looking for recruits in Ashbourne Village. A Sunlight Knight, you say? He wouldn't happen to love praising the sun, would he? Should be able to find her in Greymoss Mire on some cliffs overlooking the swamp. Smuggler's Tunnel below the Arch Ridge District. Gatehouse should lead there. Okay. Oh, and that's the only rumor, apparently. Hunt mages, Inquisitor. Devour their festering hearts. Okay, so first off, I guess we talk to... Zach, or whatever his name is. Okay. Ring. Increases maximum health. Affects stacks, but with diminishing returns. Increases fire defense. Increases fire attack. Owning this item will add it to your trophy collection. Okay, Throwing dagger, great blade. Wait, what? Oh god. I scaled up the menu so far, I can't see the names of anything I'm trying to create. And there does not appear to be a way to scroll. Sure, Valyard, but lose enough peasants and the knights will be eating chair legs and grass. That's the problem with that old attitude that nobles used to have toward peasants, is they never recognized or appreciated the contribution the peasants made. And that labor was what was feeding the entire kingdom. Alright, let's see. Oh, a Class 2 staff. Which actually I should be able to use once I level up. And that, I believe, does fire damage, so... True, Valyard, but they're not problems that knights are going to be able to solve. Knights are only useful when there are battles to be fought. Other than that, they're just especially arrogant and gluttonous mouths to feed. Alright. That's 3 more levels. And this should get us our... Yes, level 2 staff. That's Divine Glyphs. This is Resolve, and this leads to... Wait, no, it's... Okay, that's Arcana. We've got Class 2 staves. There was a third thing that I think I was supposed to learn, though. Fiction... That's Divine Glyphs. Crossbows. Something like it, Famine. It's not exactly the same as the skill tree in Salt and Sanctuary, but it's quite similar. Was it this? Oh, that's Class 3 staves. Oh, no, wait a minute. We've got Class 2 glyphs. Class 2 staves. Oh, it's channeling rods. Oh, but channeling rods are quite a ways off. Or they're a little further off anyway. Okay, so that's what I was thinking. It's channeling rods. Resolve, conviction, channeling rods. Okay. Yeah, Famine, this skill tree is... I mean, it's big, but it's not Final Fantasy X Sphere Grid big. Like, to me, this size of skill tree is manageable. Right, I guess we'll aim for the channeling rod upgrade next. Yeah, okay. And let's see. Ashbone Staff. Okay, Firebolts. But it's only a Class 1 glyph. And it looks like it's identical to Force Missiles other than its element. Oh, wait a minute. So this only has the 1. This has Firebolts, which is Class 1. Flame Wave, which is class 2. Okay, I see. Okay, Amateur, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. Wheel of Flame, which is class 3. A runic fire staff hewn from the remains of a pyromancer. The air shimmers around it, revealing the tremendous heat it expels. Interesting. Okay, so this has a cooldown. Alright, let's see then. Okay. Okay, I see. Alright, Asylum Cat, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. I wonder if this weapon actually deals fire elemental damage. Yeah, it says fire 100%, so I'm guessing... Oh, but it doesn't scale anywhere near as well with Arcane. Oh, I see why, because it has almost twice the base damage. Yeah, Celia, I can't use the class 3 spell because I haven't learned the ability that unlocks class 3 runes. Couple more levels, and I should have access to that. Oh, actually, another thing I'd like to check out is... Ah! Not that. Okay, I guess you have to use the grappling hook button only when you're in the air. Ah. The Guiltless Shard. Now, there was a charm. Great to see you. What can I help you with? Alright, one thing at a time here. Increases maximum health, increases fire defense, increases fire attack. Okay, yes, actually. Oh, but we would need another gel sack for this. I wonder if we can repeat a mage hunt. Or I wonder if we could have repeated it if we hadn't devoured his heart. Oh, I hope I didn't just cheat myself out of the opportunity to farm materials. Oh, you can repeat mage hunts. Okay. Yeah, because I would like to double down on this pyromancy setup. The only problem is... if I try to fight the Pyromancer using a Pyromancy setup, he's probably going to be immune to fire damage, or highly resistant to it. They respawn every time you go back. Okay, that's interesting. Seems I will have to investigate this. Yeah, Systemi, and very rarely do they let you do that, which is a shame. Because, yeah, bosses and certain strong or special enemies will typically have complete immunity or resistance to something. But then when the player gains that ability, it's a nerfed version. I've never been fond of that. I enjoy games where, now, whatever the boss can do, you can do. And the version of it that you get is the same or minimally altered compared to the boss version. But let's go find out for certain. Wonderful, you've already devoured a mage. You found some Wisp-Leaf, eh? Wisp-Leaf is a miraculous herb capable of clearing the body of the most harmful toxins when prepared correctly. I shall craft for you an antidote. Oh, okay. You find a new herb, fungus, or mineral, please bring it to me. I can craft for you... I can craft for you that gives voice to the fruits of nature? What? Sentence structure. Question is the antidote restored? So brewed from Wisp-Leaf, among other potent herbs. Quaff it to reduce the severity of poisonous or rot buildup. Interesting. So James has been playing Elden Ring. Ah, right. This is the wrong cave. Okay, so I guess... Yes, okay. There's the village. You've devoured a mage. Tell me, Inquisitor, how do you feel? I feel nothing. The Magebane rite took its toll on you, no doubt. In time you may find relief in the destruction of mages, or you may succumb to the spell mark. Gardener's Vale is peaceful. There's chaos all around us, but in this moonlit vale we are safe. Okay. Cooperation board. Oh, right. Oh, it doesn't stay set. You have to... Okay. Celia, it hasn't been translated. The devs are native speakers of English. They're just not writers by trade. I am a writer, and so I notice every little thing. But that's precisely why I lent my services to the previous game. Huh? Oh, that's right. We should be able to... Yeah, we can open these seals now. Possible to have multiple bosses at the same time? Oh, but they fight each other. That's interesting, Knight of the Edge. See, that's the kind of thing I like is... Yeah, if you want to do some crazy, ridiculous challenge, you can, but also... The challenge gives you a bit of a handicap. Oh, this looks like a boss arena. Okay, a boss arena for a boss I've yet to activate, apparently. Ah, blast it. I thought I was going to be able to get past that. Oh, well. Okay, well, first things first, because I'm exploring new territory now, and as tempting as it is, that is not what I want to do. I want to go gather more materials for upgrading my pyromancy gear. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that that is the assassin's equipment? Oh, okay, and that was a lever. Is this the Sunlight Knight we've heard so much about? Well met, Inquisitor. Holding a glowing yellow lantern. It's gotta be the Sunlight Knight. Tell me, is your heart bright like the dawn? Sure. Beautiful, you're truly a cooperator. I shall meet you back at Pardoner's Vale. Dawnlight Cooperation. Okay. Well, that must have been her. Ah, and here we are back at the spot where I got the co-op items. Will they follow me all the way out here? They sure will. All right. He's not here. Okay, well, if he's not here, where else did I encounter him? Well, I have to say the damage increase on this weapon is certainly nice. What do we have here? This is... Devour one more heart. Okay. Yeah, these guys die much more quickly now. I approve. Whoa! What did we just get? Scallon Vanguard. Vanguard? Oh, it's that enemy's sword and shield. Blade and board wielded by a scavenging Scallon. Okay, well, I appreciate that. It's nice that enemies can drop their weapons. Oh, come on. Oh, wow, alright, yeah, that rank 2 ability one-shots the big guys. Oh, bats. Alright, what is going on up there? That looks like we'd have to circle back through there from the other side. I have a feeling it's probably that sealed door. And this is a... yeah, crush it to gain experience. Alright, so... So where is this guy now, this mage? Oh, wow, just my regular weapon destroys the big guys now. Alright, actually, while we're here, we have devoured the heart of a mage. So let's see if this totally not at all suspicious tree is going to help us. The one before me is worthy to hear my voice, and so my voice is heard. There are cries near and far, they awaken me. The south, the perversion of reality encroaches. I speak the language of the Mirror Gate. Will you follow it to Bolgaran? Sure. Satisfactory response. Venture now to Bolgaran. Exterminate that which threatens life. Okay. So there are more runes than just the ones we start with. Especially after having played Salt and Sanctuary, I am extremely suspicious of this tree. Because in Salt and Sanctuary, there was a similar talking object, which was a talking corpse nailed to a crucifix, basically, through which somebody very untrustworthy and very sinister would periodically talk to you. Well, Fu Manchu, they refer to the left direction as west, so presumably south means down. Which is weird because in a 2D plane, where west and east are left and right respectively, south means not only down, but south. Or rather, south means not only south, but down. Like in terms of elevation off the ground, which is kind of weird. It would be funny, Breakfast, but eventually you'd basically strip all the weapons and equipment off of all of the enemies. And you would end up with the reverse situation of what happened in Dark Souls 2, where you would eventually, after you killed enough enemies, they just stop spawning and you depopulate an entire area. And as terrible an idea as that was, it would have been fine if there was some way to turn it off without having to burn a bonfire ascetic and push that part of the zone into New Game Plus. Okay, well, let's see if we can track down that mage. We cannot examine the corpse again. BLGM, good time zone to you. Wonder if he's over this direction. Ah, come on. No, he doesn't seem to be. Or is he past the seal? Ark Ridge District. I don't think he's here. Oh, these are enemies. Got it. Oh, and I see somebody shooting at me up above. Oh, come on. Yeah, okay, this is not... Yeah, and where farming random drops is a necessary part of the game, Aki, for getting weapon upgrades? Yeah. Alright, well, I'm starting to think some of you guys have been trolling me. I do not see the... I do not see the Pyromancer anywhere. Unless there's a specific place I have to go where I haven't looked? Done it, haven't you? Devoured the heart of a mage? Yes, brilliant. Please make your way up the cliffs above us and talk to that tree. Sounds to me like that tree aided you in your hunt. You've learned glyphs to a new destination. You should return to Partner's Vale and try them out in the Mirror Gate. Okay, but... But I don't want to do that just yet. Is there anything we can do up here? Or do we maybe have to go back to the hub to reactivate the mission to fight the mage? Oh. I fall for that every time. This is now the second time. Ah, blast it. Oh, okay. We can actually reach this. Didn't occur to me to try this before. Executioner's Maul. And another Guiltless Shard. What have we here? A Class 1 Great Hammer. This looks like it might be a fun weapon. Not what I wanted to do, though. A Great Wooden Mallet. Its grisly use is that of delivering swift deaths, often as an act of mercy. No, it doesn't look like there's anything else we can do here. And I note that all of the people who told me in chat a few minutes ago that you can repeat mage hunts are suddenly silent as to how to trigger them again. Hey, Fontes, welcome! You're playing this as well. Yeah, I just started it tonight to try it out. I've been curious about it for a while, but I haven't had the opportunity to get in any time with it till now. They appear randomly? I see. Well, that's unfortunate. Is there no way to... Is there no way to put stuff in the storage other than one at a time? Are you serious? There has to be a better way than this. There's no hunt, nothing. They just randomly appear. Oh, that is unfortunate. Carved feline? When the heck did I get this? Plus 4.7 max health. Fire defense, and poise recovery, and it is useless to me. Seals a leather skull cap and provides more protection than it would seem. Black leather studded armor worn over a rich green tabard. The style is common among members of the Alterstone Dahlen Club, an organization that uses its considerable financial influence to engage in less than legal activity. Okay. Well, this stuff actually seems to have better defense than what I have on now. And it does not seem to weigh that much more. I wish there was some way to compare stats. Oh. Oh, okay, hang on. There is, you just have to switch it on a different menu. Okay, yeah, it's significantly better against most damage types. Throwing knives, okay. I see, so this is just an auxiliary weapon. Interesting. It looks like it doesn't really have any negative impact on my roll. Okay, then, let's see. Strange times these are. Partners Vale seems safe enough, but word from the kingdom is getting less and less frequent. Champion Hera says we're in good shape, but I can't help but think this is a sanctuary of forsaken souls. Well, hey, Pyromancer's a tough first hunt, but it looks like you're no worse for the wear. Should be able to bend any mage relics you found into usable gear, provided you have enough of them on hand. If not, plenty of other Pyromancers prowling these lands, so as long as you put them down, I can put the right gear in your hands. Ah, well, whenever you have the chance, Tempest, I hope you enjoy finishing it. So I guess that gave us the hint, Fontes, about what you just said, where there are, I think they mentioned nameless mages wandering around. The technical term for warp smithing is carnifice, creating magical artifacts from the flesh and bone relics of mages you slay. Mages are conduits to realms of pure energy. The art of carnifice is to capture that energy as a solid metal. Armor crafted from a pyromancer's flesh, for instance, may feel like cool metal, when in reality it is the purest, hottest fire made solid. Okay, and that's the same dialogue. Up on that ridge there is an enhancement table where you can use any Pyrestone. Pierstone? It must be Pyrestone. You found to sharpen your blades or toughen your armor, magically speaking. When someone undergoes the transformation into magehood, it's not all too uncommon for chunks of magical essence to harden into stone within their crooked bodies. Paranen. Paranen, praise his holy name. God of the Forge, his flesh merged with Alex, god of fiery fury, their union given the name Mangan, divine child of shining metals. Ah, listen to me, droning on about the gods. All I know is that there is divinity in the fire in my forge and the singing of metals. Okay. Well, what about this, then? Ah, okay. So we could use this. We could use this to upgrade our armor. Ah, and we could use these two Blazepyre to upgrade our weapon. But all that seems to change is the damage. It doesn't seem to change the scaling at all. Yeah, Artcat, it is a little bit tricky to remember what's where. And I'm pretty sure that at this point somebody online has assembled a, or put together like a Photoshop map. Right, what else can we enhance? Yeah, you know, the weapon comes first. We'll enhance the weapon. Oh, and we can enhance our channeling rod with Ashpyre, although I'm not sure I want to do that quite yet, because... Yeah, look at this. We can increase the defense on this armor. Yeah, that'll do. I'll save that for now, because if I find a set that I like better, maybe I'll want to use it on that. But for the moment, my starting stuff can go in storage, as can those weapons. And those, because they seem to be just worse than what I've got. I wonder if there's any way at all to upgrade these or to sell them. It'd be really great if I could sell these. Honestly. Oh, I see. I can only hold 5 of those. Those I'll just stash. Well, to some extent, Artcat, that depends on how you set up your character. And I admit, I haven't really done enough experimenting with different builds in Salt and Sanctuary to be able to tell you how to set each one up. Oh, there is for the relics, Omen of Fate. I see. Glad to see you back. How's Partner's Vale been treating you? Well, recently, Partner's Vale was too tense in the Mirror Gate. With the return of the mages, this place has really grown. New Inquisitors arrive from Alterstone Kingdom almost every day to hunt mages. Sadly, not all return from the field. Folks like me aren't warriors, but we help the effort any way we can. I wish you luck. Don't know much about the mages, but I don't think anyone does. They're said to emerge from the woods, but no one has ever seen the home of a mage. Perhaps they never rest. Or maybe they're just Inquisitors who go mutant or something. Yep, I'm the stable hand. Your mount was a little worse for the wear, but he's mending just fine with some medicinal aid from Herbalist... Oh, okay, so this is the mount we rode in on. So... it was really only the corrections officer that tried to bring us here who got killed. And look at this. We even get another level. Which might mean... yes, indeed, we can now wield Class 2 channeling rods. Oh, actually, and... 1 point of conviction... let's see... 1 point of Arcana. Okay, so that gives us a very minuscule boost to attack, probably because the scaling on this weapon is so bad. But it gives us a slightly more significant boost to the ranged attack, which I suspect is because if this yeah, okay, A in arcane scaling, that's why. Okay, well, I guess now I just need to... so how would I get another Pyromancer to spawn? Would it just be by... oh, what's this? Aha! To initiate you into the Dawnlight Order, I bestow upon you a pale candle. Use it to aid any who require help, for that is the greatest calling. Good to be back at Partner's Vale. My name is Sunlight Knight Beatrice. I'm a member of the Dawnlight Order. It is the task of those of the Dawnlight Order to aid our fellow Inquisitors. Cooperate to slay mages, and the light of dawn will smile upon you. Why? Dawnlight Cooperators should clad themselves with armor as brilliant as the light of dawn. Oh, about that. Class 3 heavy armor. Yeah, that ain't happening. Oh, a shield and a two-handed sword. Really? This is paladin equipment is what this is. Sensor of Harmony. I already have this, though. Oh, but I would need a gold token. Okay. Just as the light of dawn draws us from the horrors of the night, your blade shall rescue your fellow Inquisitors from peril. Wait a minute, so if I were to go help somebody in co-op to fight that boss I just killed, do I also get drops from the boss? Is that a viable way to farm boss drops? It is. Okay, Fontes, interesting. All right, in that case... pale candle wrapped in linen, its light peers into the fog in search of a golden candlelight. Visitor seeking aid. Pale candle. The thing is, do you have to be in a boss room to use it? Like, what are the rules regarding how this works and where it can be used? The pyro spawns to the right, near where the entrance to the building is. You mean right over here, Omen of Fate? Somewhere in this area? Yeah, because the candle was grayed out for me. It didn't seem like it was going to want to work. Further. Okay. And is it enough to re-roll a spawn chance on that enemy just to rest at the obelisk, or do we actually have to go back to the base in order to re-roll? Further is in over here? I'm guessing it would have to be over here, because this is the only spot that looks like a place where a boss like that would spawn. Need to go back to base to reroll mage spawns. Damn it. And it doesn't seem like there's any way to teleport to a specific obelisk. You just always seem to get brought back to the entrance of the level. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. So, yeah, you have to, I guess, walk back every time to the teleportation gate. Right there, okay. I had a feeling it was probably right there. Question is, how worthwhile is it to do this? And what are the chances of a pyromancer actually spawning there? Oh, he ain't there. Okay, so I'm guessing that if the enemy I want were there, it would replace the enemies that are normally standing there? Or would it be the way it was during the initial fight against the named one, where you show up and the pyromancer is just fighting the enemies? Well, that's the thing, though, Fontes, is where I fought the named mage of that element is nowhere near the spot that Omen of Fate just directed me to. It was down at the bottom of the lake. They would be at war. Okay. Well, worth investigating, I suppose. Oh, okay, and you can just hit him out of the air. That's good to know. No, nobody. Alright, well, let's give this a few more tries and see if it's actually a remotely tenable means of spawning the enemy I want. And then, after that, if it doesn't work, I guess I'll try co-op. Although I have a sinking feeling that if co-op in this game has anywhere near the same sorts of matchmaking conditions as it does in the Souls games, I will probably be struggling to find a match. And I'm still not even sure what the conditions on co-op geographical range are, like how close you have to be to a place where the boss spawns. Oh, he's not here. The Pyromancer appears just where you started the hunt at the corpse? Well, that's contradicting what Omen of Fate just said, Fontes. So you're saying he would appear in here? Because this is where that corpse was. You guys and your conflicting information, I'm just going to have to message James and ask him. Which is a really hilarious thing that I can actually say. I never thought I would live to see the day when I can say, yeah, I don't know something about this game, so I'll just message one of the devs and ask them. You can only really do that with indie games. You just fought him and it spawned where you said, Omen of Fate. So maybe you're both right, and maybe he spawns in multiple locations. Which would be really unfortunate, because that means there's more than one spot that would need to be checked. Oh! Okay, I thought for sure that using the rest option at an obelisk would immediately despawn and reset all the enemies. Apparently, that is not how it works in this game. Don't worry about it, Omen of Fate. I was half teasing. I just find it funny that this is a situation we can all find ourselves in the first place. Warrior, I do have Miyazaki's business card, which I received from him at E3 in 2015. But if I were to call his office, I would incur a ridiculous telephone charge for a phone call to Japan. And he probably would not be very amused at me bothering him with a question like that. And even all else being equal, and I were able to get him on the telephone without him immediately hanging up on me, I have a sneaking suspicion he probably would refuse to give me an answer about any questions relating to, how do you beat the game? Or what's this boss's weakness? He would tell you, I want players to find out for themselves, please understand. And I quote, well, Fontes, the only reason I was resting to resupply was because I thought until just a moment ago that it would despawn the enemies and reset their aggro. Now that I know that that isn't true, I can save myself the trouble, I guess. Yeah, well, Fu Manchu, he would say it in the roundabout Japanese way, where he'd word it in a much more disarming and less contentious manner, but The content of it would basically amount to get good, yeah. Nerfmaster, with a username like that, I'm surprised you're not Miyazaki himself. I feel like Nerfmaster would be Miyazaki's Twitch username. Well, him and the rest of his dev team. Alright, well, I have had no luck trying to spawn this guy randomly, so I wonder if I would have better luck trying to do co-op with somebody who needs to fight him. The question is, how and where does one use that candle? Can it be anywhere, or does it have to be near the boss arena? Yeah, okay, he's not here. Let's see. Use. Wait a minute. Was there a setting to... Yeah, enabled. It only specifies that you can't be spell-marked. Well, I'm not spell-marked. And it didn't seem to do anything here. So maybe if we go down to the lake bed where the actual boss encounter happened? I really hate how enemies don't leave you enough time to climb up ledges. When they're shooting at you with a bow. Alright, let's see. Oh, these guys were just sleeping. Silver. I'm picking up all this silver, but it doesn't seem to be going into my inventory anywhere. Okay, what's the quickest way down to the lake bed from here? Because I don't think it's through the cave. Oh, okay, Omen of Fate. It was there all 3 times? Oh, the silver is going into my wallet. Okay. Thank you, ArtCat. So that's what that currency is. Oh, yeah, Fontez, that was for adding a password, but do you have to have a password for cooperation? Like, is a password necessary? Because if it is, then I'm kinda out of luck. Oh, for God's sake, every time I forget about that. Ramos Meyer. Oh, wait, but that's just here. Oh, actually, though. That means we can drop down and use the obelisk to heal. Oh, fair enough, Fontes. Well, don't worry about that then. I'm sure we'll parse it somehow. Okay, so it looks like... Wait a minute, no, this is just back here. Alright, hang on. This should lead to the lake. In fact, it does. Okay, and that was where we got the grappling hook. So this is the boss arena. Nothing. It's grayed out, so I'm not sure it's even doing anything. Well, we have another item, a golden candle wrapped in brilliant cloth. Initiates a search for a visiting cooperator. So this is to summon somebody. But I don't want to summon somebody, I want to be somebody. Be summoned by somebody. Yeah, be somebody. I'd like to be somebody too someday, that would be nice. Griggs, thank you for the resub, welcome back! Also, I'm not entirely sure what the silver currency is for, because I haven't met any merchants. Alright, yeah, I guess maybe we have to do another hunt or something, or... Maybe there's a boss in the caves here that I can fight. Or maybe one of these sealed doors has something in it. Okay, well, we can't get into that one. And there's this, which seems to require an ability we do not yet possess. So that's not helpful at all. Well, later. A little sooner than I was hoping, actually. Fontes, I started as the Sage because I was morbidly curious regarding the implications of playing as a mage in a game that's all about hunting mages. Okay, well... Let's try the sealed gate over here. Right. Let's try doing that a little better. Usually it's some countermeasure to Magic Famine rather than magic itself. Alright, yeah. This was sealed and we opened it, so let's see if... there is anything at all in here that we can use. That leads out to where Sun Sis was. This looks for all the world like a boss arena, but there's nothing here. And we're back in the Craterstone Mines. And this just puts us... this just puts us back at the... I think. Yeah, okay. Puts us back there. Which is entirely unhelpful. Oops. So the options appear to be... BLGM, not that I have seen yet, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. I think Sultan's Sanctuary might have had, like, flintlock firearms. Or a pistol of some kind. Your hunt takes you to the east, it would seem. Forgive me if I express a little surprise. Before the warp took Alterstone in its grip, already Bol Garon was rumored to be plagued by foul magic coursing up from the depths of its Coryllium mines. If we are to put a stop to the mage threat, surely some key to it lies within Bol Garon. A cryomancer called Kalis Zend left a warped mark on reality in Ashbourne Village. Zend's frozen victim suffers in perpetual cold somewhere to the west, between the towering Ash Peak Castle and the Root Seal Cavern. Okay. Left a warped mark on the village, but we didn't see anything like that there. No crafting available at all of any kind. Huh. Did I just use up all of my mage crafting material? Wait a minute. Oh. Oh, okay. It shows stuff that's still in storage as well. That's weird. I want to say there might also have been a flintlock rifle in Sultan's Sanctuary, Fu Manchu. I'm not 100% sure. It's been so long. Oh, God! Oh, what is this? Pat! Pat, what are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid, Pat. Did you and Wooly coordinate this? Because that's both of you in the same night. Was this worked out in advance, or is it purely a coincidence? Mel, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And welcome everyone from Pat's stream. Thank you all very much for coming to join us. My name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Badly most of the time, but every now and then I have my days. Well, Queequeg, I mean, no, but Wooly just raided us about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, so I don't know, I thought maybe the two of them were in collusion or something. But welcome, everybody. I am trying out Salt and Sacrifice. This is a successor. I don't think it's really a sequel because, as far as I know, the stories and the universes are unrelated. But it is the successor to Salt and Sanctuary, which is a game that I myself actually worked on. I contributed some item descriptions and some time doing QA for Salt and Sanctuary, or Salt and Sanctuary. They sound so similar that they're so similar to say. Deft Thought, thank you very much for the resub. Welcome back. Oh, hi Mel, nice to meet you too. But yeah, welcome everyone. We are just at the very beginning, well, close to the beginning of the game here. I have started as the Sage class, which I thought might have some interesting implications playing as a mage in a game that's apparently all about hunting mages. Queequeg, Salt and Sanctuary was set on an island. Like a really specific evil island run by a, well, I probably shouldn't get into too much of the detail there for fear of spoiling anyone, but it was set on an island that was isolated from the rest of the world. Whereas here, the opening sequence of the game makes it clear to you that you're on the mainland because you're... Oh, Mel! Thank you so much, Mel, for the 5 gift subs. Jeez. You didn't have to do that, but I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mel. Yeah, Salt and Sanctuary was very isolated, Queequeg, whereas here, you're on a mainland or a continent somewhere. And the opening sequence has you basically exiled from your homeland for a crime. Some of them, like, you get to choose what crime you're exiled for, and some of them are like, yeah, you were homeless. Or you used some god's name in vain. Not that I have unlocked yet, Queequeg. As far as I know, there is no map in this game. Or I have not gained access to one at this point. But again, we're very early on, so anything could happen. We still don't... Oh, no, we do have enough materials to upgrade the healing flask. Excellent. I'll take that. Yeah, Fu Manchu, the crime of being homeless, or of doing science, which as far as this game is concerned is alchemy. Or the crime of blasphemy. They basically get you either the death sentence or an alternative sentence, which is you drink some kind of magic drugs and say an incantation that turns you into an inquisitor. And then you go off to the western region of exile and hunt mages. There's also, for some reason, this weird cat with antlers that you can pat. I don't know what his deal is. But he's there. Oh, there's also co-op and invasions, just like in the Dark Souls. Actually, can I... Oh. But it appears that you actually need passwords in order to participate in co-op. I've not yet figured out how it works. Despite having worked on Salt and Sanctuary, I have not been able to contribute anything to Salt and Sacrifice because I'm already working on a massive project that has been ongoing since November and that has consumed pretty nearly all of my free time for streaming. also, I've had next to no time to stream. Never mind do anything else, like commit to other projects. Right, we'll take one more look for this Pyromancer. I'm beginning to think that whatever condition needs to be fulfilled in order to get him to spawn, I have not yet fulfilled. And I've accidentally switched weapons. There we go. All right. Is he over here? No, he's not. Oh, don't run out of stamina. Oh, yeah, those definitely do not go through floors. Okay. Alright, well, there's that other door that we unsealed, which I believe is this. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait a minute. No, this just... Okay, this wasn't one of the sealed ones. Never mind. Yeah, Queequeg, I haven't had enough time with hands-on this yet to be able to say for certain myself, but one thing I have been hearing is that people seem to think the animations in this game have been improved since Salt and Sanctuary. Which is entirely possible. There's also now a grappling hook. You did it! You broke the warding seal and opened the door. Finally, I can return home. Oh, that's it. No reward, nothing. That's how we're gonna play it, huh? Oh, no, you know what? Oh, come on. Okay, what do we have? Silver and a firebomb. Well, not exactly what I was hoping for. Oh, I guess that path off to the side just lets you bypass that archer. Alright then. Don't think I don't see you there. Oh, geez. Oh. Okay, that big guy was nowhere near as tough as he looked. Does not open from this side. Why is it always you don't have the right? Oh, there's a grapple point. Aha! Small bag of silver. And... Oh, okay, we get the fencer set. That's cool, I guess. Tin Man knows. Yeah, Gilliam Yeager, I don't know what that guy's deal was. He seemed like he was supposed to be a really tough, intimidating enemy, but he just sort of died. Alright, what worries me a little bit, though, is all these black scorch marks on the walls. And the floors. Pretty much everywhere else. Okay, I guess we had to use the grappling hook to climb further up. Oh, we can't even stand there. It's a little bit difficult to tell. Okay, that door is open. What about... Ah. Just some silver. What about this? Ah! Okay, got it. Understood. They're glass cannons. Named Mage Hunt discovered. Devour Kundry Khan. Tier 2. I see a grotesque hydromancer called Kundry Khan. He conjures drowned abominations from the suffocating depths, gathering them together to crest Ashbourne Village. Ah! I am not terribly interested in hydromancy, but... I suppose we could do that hunt just to see if there's any useful equipment to be had out of it. Yeah, the grapple's not bad, Gilliam. It doesn't feel wonky or poorly tuned the way movement abilities in some other games do. And Pat said this himself recently, since it seems you've come from his stream, and he's totally right, that within 30 seconds of picking up the controller, or sometimes even just by looking at trailer footage or gameplay footage, you can tell... I really need to get better at spotting those tripwires. You can tell whether a game controls well or whether it controls poorly. 2 more mages. Ah. Oh, okay. There was an enemy there I did not see. Okay, these are breakable. What was he protecting? That's it? Okay, actually, this, I think, was the one doorway that we didn't check. Yes, indeed. It looks like it's a good thing we did. Oh, okay. That's not a ladder we can kick down. Oh, but wait a minute. Maybe there is one here. Ugh. Get out. I am glad that you can slide down ladders. Okay, and it looks as though... there's something over to the right that we can stand on, but it looks as though we're meant to get up and down here using the grappling hook. Oh, I see. This is a shortcut is what it is. And we get the ranger set. Which is okay, I suppose. Wow! That jump. Nope. Sandwiched between two enemies is not where I want to be, thank you. Oh, wow, you've got a little more range on this weapon than it looks like. Okay, well, I guess all that really accomplished was unlocking a... Oh, this guy's just gonna follow me until I kill him. I guess all that accomplished was unlocking a shortcut to the upper portion of the village. Ah. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was gonna say, maybe I can jump over there. Oh, you know what? I bet I can. I sure can. Exotic Strand. Oh, yeah, maybe, Queequeg. What is this? Epic material. A short measure of string of some marvelous material. Can be used... Oh, it's a tool upgrade material. Ah. Can that guy follow me out here? Doesn't look like it. Ah. Right, and what have we here? What? Nothing happens when I touch whatever this is. Well, okay then. Off we go. Agni, I picked the sage. Ah. Now I'm forgetting all of my buttons. Every single one. Well, there goes that guy. Well, this does somewhat better damage than the equivalent non-elemental spell that I had. Silver. Ah. Wait a minute, is this... Okay, I did open it already. Okay, I guess we'll do the mage hunt then, because that seems like that's all there's left to do here. Ah. Man, I am having so much trouble with these controls. I can't even entirely blame it on the game, because it's just a different control scheme than the one I'm conditioned for. Ah! Well, I'm dead. Case in point, I was trying to sprint. Hey, Zakier, it is pretty similar so far. It does seem to have made a few improvements. But for the most part, if you liked Salt and Sanctuary, you will like this. Okay, well, there's all my... Holy cow, that's quite a lot of salt, actually. Why don't we return to camp? Because I think we have enough to unlock that third spell. There we are. And... yes. Class 3 glyphs. Oh, but we need... we need 2 of those. Blast it. Okay, so... oh, and it appears that there are multiple materials. Alright, I thought for sure we'd be able to make that happen, but I guess not. Zakier, if you haven't already played Salt and Sanctuary, you really should. It's a very good game. And I'm not just saying that because I worked on it. Well, Autumn Sky, I originally didn't know what people were talking about when they said this was similar to Monster Hunter, but... it seems that the similarities to Monster Hunter are primarily related to when you kill a large enemy or like a main boss, it drops crafting items that you use to upgrade your gear. And that system does relatively closely mirror how equipment upgrades in Monster Hunter work. Oh, well, Zakier, if you've only got 200 hours in Elden Ring, now's the time to try out Salt and Sanctuary. Or this, before you do get burnt out on Souls games and Souls-likes. Good night, Mel. Have a good one. Now, my question is there absolutely anywhere in here where we could use the grappling hook, but it doesn't look like there is. They said west of this cave. But I guess the only way to get west of this cave would be... through the door this guy is guarding, which I think we might need to kill more mages before we can open. Oh, and he's got poise. He's got big poise for big boys. That's going to be, Oh, okay, fine. Ah, if I could aim... Ah, blast it. Yeah, Tin Man, that's something I hear fairly often, is that people have to respec in order to fight her. So that's not what I wanted to do. Inventory. Here we are. Part of me does not want to go fight that Hydromancer, because I have a feeling if I do, then random versions of him might start to appear and affect my chances of getting the Pyromancer that I actually want. Part of me thinks that I probably should go fight him so that I can start unlocking these sealed doors. Oh, that's all that was, huh? Wait. Oh, I see. It recovers that pretty slowly, too. But how much health does this guy have? Oh, that much, apparently. And, of course, no drop. Almost no souls. And 2 more mages, so that whole thing was a bust anyway. If only it were that easy, Breakfast. I don't think that guy even had shoelaces. He was wearing greaves of some kind. Alright, it'll be a little easier to warp back to camp, I think, and then just head to the village entrance. I'm gonna think of it. How much salt do we need to level up? Because if I could get 1 more level, that'd be our tier 3 spell. We need 840. We might actually have enough. We might just barely have enough. Oh no, that's silver. Blast it! Okay, but we're almost there, so if we off a few more enemies... Let's see. I don't know if these guys will give us quite enough, but... Yep, they did. Okay. Perfect. Just enough for a level, and that level should be just enough to get us that Tier 3 Pyromancy spell. With what about Syncadia, Zakir? With where it is and how to get it? Or the fact that the boost it provides to Bestial Miracles isn't worth the trouble? Okay, now... There it is, Class 3 Forbidden Glyphs. And now we should be able... Oh! That seems really worth it. If that persists and continually hits enemies, then that is super worth it. The problem is, if my next opponent is a Hydromancer, I've got the exact wrong element. Oh, are there whips in this game as well, Magnus? Well, Zakir, it was something that people... You couldn't reach it before because there was a bug with the fall damage where you would die where you weren't supposed to die. And because it looks like it's a fall that should kill you anyway, the bug made almost everyone who tried to go down there think that, yeah, they weren't meant to be down there, and that if you were meant to be able to access it, that it was accessed some other way. Which is totally understandable. Like, that area was a bit of a stretch, trying to signpost players down there. All right, well... Zakir, if you think Caelid hates the player, wait till you get to the Halig tree. But I suppose that's beside the point. Alright, I wonder if... Oh, you know what? We should try... not that. Hey, Captain Tuna, good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in, Tuna. I hope you're well. It does persist. And it drags enemies backward. Oh, that's a good spell. I like that spell. Hey, where do you think you're going? Get back here and walk into that spell. Yeah, that is... Wow. Guess it doesn't work so well if you use it too close. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm down with this. Top 3 anyway, President Miyazaki, yeah. Also, funny that you've decided to show up. Now, this persistent... Ugh. Yeah, Tuna, I can imagine. Oh. Alright. Oh, wow, okay. If we're doing that, are we? Let's try that again. And... I don't think there's any way to hit that guy with a ranged attack without taking damage while you're preparing your ranged attack. I could do it with a spell, but I don't want to waste MP. Oh, for goodness sake. This guy also is not going to let me leave. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that either. Got him, though. Oh, blast it. Well, President Miyazaki, as I imagine you of all people should know, Elden Ring is basically the culmination of every previous design decision FromSoft has ever made. Oh, okay, this is just... Okay. Well, I don't know what I was expecting. That looks like it also might be a kickable ladder. Alright, well... So I guess the key with that guy is just not to get greedy. Alright, named Mage Hunt. Kundry Khan. Oh, he's down? Why do I get the feeling I'm going to have to go down there to find him and then work my way back up? Oh, that guy knows I'm here, huh? Still down? Still down. Oh, alright, cool. Ah! Not even remotely. I really wish that aiming would lock you in place, because it's a little bit difficult. Okay, we're still going down. Oh, and now we're going left. Or rather out. Ah, there he is. Wow, okay. Okay, so we've got... We've got all these enemies. Yeah, it looks like he's working his way up. Okay, maybe we try that again a little better. Oh, Monotone, I'm sorry to hear that. Welcome back. I hope you're feeling a little better now. Well, Zakier, they definitely got a little bit better about variety in that game. That I will definitely grant them. Oh, Tin Man, are you on vacation from school? Is it your summer vacation? Hey, Tramer. Oh, work. Okay. I don't know, man. A 90-day vacation. That, to me, sounds like a perfect time for a little R&R, and... maybe a chance to catch up on your hobbies. I'm alright, thanks, Tramer. Throat's still a little sore, but other than that, I'm doing okay. I get close enough. Yes, I can. It looks like there's a fixed range at which these guys will detect you and start moving towards you, and so you can use that to pull them at a distance. Oh, there he is. Oh, okay. Sheesh. Alright, this guy may only be a tier 2, but he is not messing around. Of course, it didn't help that I had that jerk trying to snipe me the whole time. Oh. Okay. Sure. I think I'm just not gonna fight that. See ya. Okay, we are being directed up here. Yeah, we are. Okay. What on earth are these things? Okay, well... Oh, okay. That's a really weird behavior for a projectile. There's that glowing down there, too. That's... Ah. Ugh. That is not remotely what I wanted to do. Wait, what? Where'd he go? Oh, I see. He walked out the door. Okay, and now the main target is up there. Boy, I really hope I can find an obelisk sometime before I have to engage that guy. I don't remember there being one up here, but... well... I could go back down. You know what? I think I'll go back down. Oh, that's interesting. The zombies that are normally here do not like the zombies that show up during mage hunts. Well, Tin Man, since this is a water-aligned mage, I suppose it's no great surprise that he's summoning all kinds of horrors from the depths of the ocean. Monotone, you got back just in time, frankly. Honestly, I have to say, I really appreciate that I can just come back down here, rest at the obelisk, and heal without resetting the oh! Okay. I'm just gonna stay out of that. Wow. Hi. Oh, okay, we got an icy vein. So the enemies that the mage summons do still drop relevant items. I also find it interesting that we're going the opposite direction of where we're being shown we're supposed to go, and yet we're still running into the mage. Or we're running into mages like him, anyway. Oh! That is not the same mage. Who the heck is this guy? Oh, okay, that's... It appears to be a different mage. Poison Drop, Guiltless Shard, who is dropping different loot, so this is... This is a Toxicomancer, or what's his deal? Venomancer, thank you. Oh, well... But this isn't our target. Poison drops. Boy, everything that this guy is summoning is dropping Guiltless Shards. I can't say I mind that. He's not over here. What? Oh! When did you get there? I have no idea, Tin Man. I don't even know why there's a different mage showing up during this mission than the one I'm supposed to be fighting. Right, and these guys have that lunge. Alright, now... Oh, really? I thought I was going to avoid that. Although I'm not 100% sure what triggered it. I thought it was a tripwire, and I was looking for a tripwire. But it looks like it might have been a pressure plate. They just kind of wander around. Yeah, I mean, clearly. I would have thought the one I was looking for, or the green one, would have shown up here. But he's not here. He just sort of pieced out and went somewhere else, I guess. Nameless mages show all around the hunt. Yeah, I guess so, Fontes, but... It would be really handy if they appeared other times besides just during the hunts, because it seems like the hunts are the only time you can farm them. I wonder, would that green mage have gone into a cave? Would he be down here? Doesn't seem like he'd fit down here. Eri! Hello! Welcome! How are you doing, Eri? It's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming to say hi. We are just checking out Salt and Sacrifice, which is the successor to Salt and Sanctuary. Try saying that 5 times fast. Oh, I can't wait, Monotone. I really hope I can lure that green mage into fighting the mage that I'm supposed to be killing. I wonder if that's part of the intent, part of the design. I wonder if by fighting the green mage, we cause him to move toward where our actual target is. Would he be down here? Well, first, let's heal. Ah, yeah, Eri, it is... Oh, okay, now these guys are here? They weren't here before. It is the successor to Salt and Sanctuary. Oh, more of these guys' weapons. Great. And it just came out a couple of days ago. Unlucky timing. Although that didn't do nearly as much damage as I thought, so I don't think I'm going to go back to try to heal that. Oh, well. That did more. But that other mage is not down here, which leads me to believe we're probably not going to find him unless we head genuinely up. Oh, actually, just heal here. All right, thank you, Eri. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Pittances of silver these guys drop, but suppose beggars can't be choosers. The question is... Yeah, this guy's minions are appearing... in these lower areas. But he himself is not. Oh, I hear fighting. Have I located him? Ah! Wait, what? No, this is a different mage. This is a cryomancer. Well, at the very least... Oh, come on. There we go. At the very least, I've got his number. I wonder if I can lure this guy into fighting him. Okay, that did not go quite the way I planned. Oh, blast it. Now the mage got away. And of course, every mage I've run into so far has been every variety except the one I want. I just want a pyromancer so that I can get the last couple of pyromancy materials I need to finish upgrading my current equipment. No! Wow, that was lucky. Eri, I'm very interested in doing some voice acting work if I can find a decent gig. It's something I've always been curious to try, and something people have always told me I should try. It's just finding somebody with a game that matches you and who thinks that you would be a good match for their game. Alright, well, I probably shouldn't mess around with any of those guys down there. However, we are now fully healed. That took a lot longer than I expected because I didn't think we would be running into other random mages along the way. Oh, there he is. And he got away again, and I didn't manage to deal any damage to him. Ah! I missed the jump again. Simple key. This looks important. Simple metal key. It seems to be of a type typically associated with metal lock boxes. Man, I can't catch a break with this fall damage. Okay. So he's not here. Wait a minute, though. Ah! There is our shortcut. Or the next section of it, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Zakir. Yeah, it's a tricky industry to break into, certainly. And if you don't have the equipment, or if your equipment is not up to par, it can be difficult. Huh. Robin Teen Titans, that's, Maximilian is his name, I think. The voice actor. Well, there's our target. Eee. What? How? You've perished, but the Mage Bane right ties you to this world. Continue hunt. Okay, yes. Oh, and it puts us right back here. Good. That's a relief. I was worried that I would have to do all of that all over again. You used to be able to attack those tripwires. Here we are. Yeah. Here I've almost died again. Does resting reset the trap, I wonder? It doesn't. Well, that's good at least. Looks like we're going in here. Oh, okay, we're going all the way up, huh? What? Oh, the height difference. Of course. What was I thinking? Actually, I wonder if... Oh no, Zakir, I was thinking of the character that he played in Dark Chronicle. Oh, that puts us back here. Yeah, Scott Menville, that's the one. Ah. All right, but can we even... Oh, I see. I know how this puzzle works. Undri Khan, the Drowned Behemoth. Wow, Yeesh. Okay, is that just a straight-out Sekiro revive? No, it isn't. Oh, and all the damage I did to him, or that the other enemies did to him throughout the level, has reset because I died. Great. Oh, I don't know if I was supposed to do that. No, I sure wasn't. Oh, these things have literal splash damage. I would like those back, please. Yeah, 4,000 souls. Ugh, jeez. Was he healing? Did I see that correctly? Alright, I'm not even gonna mess with those idiots. And I guess I'm not gonna try to get whatever item is up there. Holy hell, that, Oh, that delayed projectile is the worst. It looks like, though, Oh, come on. There we go. Well, that explains why he was so big. He was just a giant piñata. Look at all the candy that came out of him when we popped him. Sorrow, it runs like water, now that the water has run dry. Do you mourn, Inquisitor? Will you mourn me? I mourn the loss of all life. Sweet words, sweet Inquisitor. I must imagine your sentiment is genuine, though I have my doubts. All those who perish deserve to be mourned, even those whose crimes are as grievous as mine. Sorrow bubbles up, it's becoming unbearable. I cannot bear the sorrow. Interesting, so each of these mages has an emotion that they're overwhelmed by. And possibly slaves to. This is Bubble Man's bigger, angrier brother, apparently, Yackers. Aha! Oh, God. Phew. Is there a... Oh, yeah, there is something above this. But I cannot reach it. Wait a minute. Yes, I can. I should be able to... There we go. A wooden scythe. I don't think I'm going to have much use for that, sadly. Oh, this must be what the key is for. That's a metal lockbox. Yup. Hideout key. A small bronze key. It seems like a secret thing for secretive folks, dungeon-dwelling smugglers and outlaws. I can think of a few different places this might be used. We will have to investigate some of those once we return to the base, or the hub, or whatever it's called. Okay, and I believe there is a platform. Yes, there is. Right down there. Oh, okay. That's not what I thought that was for. Hang on a minute, though. Ah, we need one more. Well, at the very least, we now have a whole boatload of salt. Your hunt takes you to the... Oh, okay, this is just her same dialogue as before. Alright, well, let's go spend some salt, first of all. Yeah, Famine, you can, I think you can just mash roll to do a faster recovery. 5 levels. Not altogether too shabby. Okay, and I guess you get the gray star stones at wider intervals. All right. I feel like maybe we should be focusing on glyphs. But then again, level 3 staves are useful, presumably. Also, it seems as though the intervals between channeling rods are a little bit wider. So, since we do have access to the next tier of glyphs, I think it would be... Oh, no, maybe we don't. That costs 2 of the generic item and none of the rare one, which is kind of weird. Okay, I guess we wait one more level. D, I am very proud of you, because if you're going to put that much care and time and love into a dish, the amount of enjoyment you get out of it afterward really does show. I mean, it's no 24-hour marinated fajitas, but I'll tell you what, homemade guacamole beats the pants off of just about any store-bought facsimile. I tried to return to my home in the Arch Ridge district, but there were so many bodies, so much blood, and the living dead. Why do the gods allow this? What twisted game culminates in a weary traveler fleeing the reanimated corpses of his former family? Well, maybe you can find somebody to link the fire. Oh, Gray's refund points. Stuff doesn't cost them. I see, President Miyazaki. Thank you for elucidating that. Almost forgot to mention, I'm skilled in purging mystical artifacts of their powers. So it happens the power in these artifacts comes from great memories. When I draw them out, I leave you with the fine powdery substance, the likes of which can prove useful. What can I help you with? Funny how many things we ascribe power to are nothing more than the myths we tell about them. Purge artifacts. Let's see what we can wring from your treasure. Ah, that's what these are used for. Okay. Utility artifact, range damage, salt find, salt retained on death, runic arts damage. Well, this one is a little more useful. Combine memories. When memories combine, the sun burns brighter than its parts. Rare material. Very rare material. And a legendary material. Bolster artifacts? Be bolstered with purged memories. Oh, but we can't bolster the one that I actually care about bolstering. Chiseled stone feline. It lacks horns, but is otherwise quite detailed. Wait, so it's the norm for cats in this universe to have horns? An ornate brooch bearing 3 brilliant red jewels. The brooch's centerpiece is a deific icon of rare stone. Split pier stone? Grind down some of that pier stone, eh? No mage stone to split. Huh? Okay, buy? Oh, he is a merchant. Oh, but this is just wisp leaf and haze spiral. And that is apparently all he sells. Okay, well... Armlet of pure gold set with brilliant emeralds. What if we purge this and this? Oh, the runic arts damage bonus apparently only comes from dying? Oh, feeding the serpents to get lower tier upgrade stuff. Okay, thank you. Echo Drop, it sounds to me as though that's because you only make the same thing over and over again. Like you're just making ramen. Salt retained onto. I see. Death is capitalized, which is weird and makes it look like it's the beginning of another line. Okay, well, what if... Okay, we can't do anything here yet, I guess. What about bolstering artifacts? We cannot bolster the one... Oh! Max tier 0. Okay, so I need to somehow unlock the ability to bolster artifacts of higher tiers. Wonder how I would go about that. Wait, why are... Okay. Ah, that's where these go. Wait, what? Okay. I can only equip it in the right slot? Ah, very good, Zakir. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, there are different types. Okay, yeah, so this must then go on the arm. It just says utility artifact. So I guess utility is a class, and then there are 2 other classes besides utility. Okay. Well, yeah, that's not incredibly clear, but... A cryomancer called Celis Zend Left a warped mark on reality in Ashbourne Village. Zen's frozen victim suffers in perpetual cold somewhere to the west. Okay, that's the same. Oh, that's a crossbow, not a club. I see. That must be a crafting material of some kind. Now let's just stash this. I prefer a neat inventory. And I really wish there were a way to store these things without having to just mash on them. You can't even hold the button. I believe so, President Miyazaki. I believe you do. In fact, I think we figured out earlier that you definitely do, because I was crafting stuff in the field and it was being taken out of my box. And actually, okay. Well, what now, I wonder? Upgrade hunter tools. Oh, I can upgrade my ammo capacity. Ah, that's what that string is. Okay, so my guess is that bronze key we got is going to be used... Does not open from this side. To get into one of the doors in here. Possibly this one. Nope. Guess not. Well, maybe one of the other caves. Maybe this one. Does not open from this side. No, nothing new here. I saw the tomb temple of Bol Garen robbed of its last scraps of sanctity by the encroaching tides of chaos. Warped elements pilfer and boast in a desecrated land. Already I can smell the dry heat of the eastern waste. Taste the grains of sand. The runes you found speak of cracked stones under a pallid sun. Place the runes and seek new hunts in Bol Garen, Inquisitor. Partners Vale. Oh, okay, that's just the same dialogue again. What about... Oh, wait, no, this is the same cave. Okay, well... Let's check the blacksmith, then. And if the blacksmith has nothing new that we can craft, then maybe it will turn out that we have completed enough mage hunts in the village to get mages to start randomly appearing? No equipment. Okay, so I wonder... if we take out just the crafting materials... Oh, I see. We're at our max of these. Alright, let's see if that makes a difference in crafting, because I was able to withdraw materials, I think, earlier from storage to craft, but... Oh, okay. It makes a difference for crafting, apparently. Ah, alright, and now we've unlocked the ice recipes. And we have also apparently unlocked the poison recipes? That's interesting. And these are the water... Half spear, great blade... Okay, well, we've certainly unlocked a whole bunch of different elements. But now we need the materials. And we do not have enough materials for any of this. Yeah, I guess so, Miyazaki. Ah, okay. So here's the water stuff, I guess. It's armor. That's a great hammer. That's a bludgeon. Amulet. Ring. Increases physical defense. Oh, wow. That's a substantial boost to physical defense. Throne item. Cold and dark. Strength and conviction. Okay, water is not the element whose scaling is going to help us then. Half spear. Recover stamina in more situations? What does that even mean? Increases poise. By how much? It doesn't actually show us a value. For how much it increases poise. I wonder if it only increases the base value of poise on your equipment. So if I have equipment with 0 poise, it'll give me like 20% of 0, which is still 0. I wonder if that's why it's not showing a change to poise, while everything else is showing changes. Hey, Dragonab, welcome! Good to see you! Well, whatever the case, 10 physical defense seems pretty freaking good. So we'll take that. However, I'm disappointed to see that there are apparently no staves with the water element. All right. There we go. Yeah, that should really help against physical defense. Or physical attacks, rather. Enhance equipment. Well, we have enough Ashpear. Dragonab, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. Genuinely. Okay, yeah. Oh, and a name. Thank you so much for the resub as well. I really appreciate that. Yeah, you know what? There we go. That gets us slightly higher defense. But higher defense is higher defense. I mean, I don't know how much difference it actually makes. Although I suppose it'd be easy enough to compare it if we go back to the village. That was you with Fire Whips, Magnus? Yeah. I have not, Dragonab. I've heard mostly good things about it, but that it has a couple of weird issues, I guess. It's not the sort of game I see myself playing, though, so I'll have to take others at their word on that. You know, I wonder, every time you start a mage hunt, it shows you a bunch of runes underneath the title of the mage hunt. I wonder if you could enter those runes here and reactivate the mage hunt. I wonder if that's a weird secret thing that's possible. The problem is, I don't remember what any of the rune combinations for the mage hunt titles were, because they're displayed on screen for 5 seconds and then they're gone. I wonder that too, Miyazaki, but I have a feeling that without actually unlocking the... Assistant Inquisitor as a... Oh, okay. That's how you use Dawnlight Cooperation? Okay, so I guess we just wait here until we get matched with somebody? We can do it in the zones or from here. They're auto-set. Okay, Magnus. The thing is, Miyazaki, the candle is grayed out. And I'm not sure if that means I need to enter a password for cooperation, or if just no password is fine. Blake, it's a solo game. The co-op is just an additional feature. No password should be fine, so my guess is then that there just isn't anyone in whatever my matchmaking range is, if there even is a matchmaking range. Like, how is that calculated, I wonder? I kinda think... What am I looking for here? I'm looking for my candle. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it looks like it's grayed out. Using it doesn't seem to do anything. It's the white candle for co-op, I think. That's what the description said. Can't use it in the base, but then sitting in the portal also seems to result in no matches. So have I just... That's the thing, is I don't know what the matchmaking calculations are. You'll get matched with people in that zone. Well, I don't know. I tried it before, and it did nothing. I got no matches whatsoever. So I guess if we... We just go to Ashbourne Village. It still looks like it's grayed out. That's the thing. Like, maybe it's just weirdly dark artwork, but it looks like it's grayed out. And I've used it, but there doesn't seem to be any indication that it's active. No aura. No icon in the HUD. Nothing to indicate that it's operational, that it's doing anything. When you use it, it makes a candle float around you. Okay. Oh, launching the game through Steam puts you offline, but... I have it set to enabled. I wonder if... No, I'm definitely online. Although I did launch the game through Steam. I wonder if that's the problem. Darton, you say that it sometimes puts you offline? Bottom right corner when you... Oh, I see. Okay, so it's not connecting to the servers because the servers are via Epic Games Launcher. And I guess for whatever reason, if you launch it via Steam, it can't connect? That's weird. Okay, well, that explains it then. We have our answer. Thank you all for being more observant than me. And, Easy Ian, the gameplay is really good. I mean, it's, yes, Fontez, it is... Well, no, it's not exclusive to Epic. It's on PS4, and I believe also PS5 by extension. But... I wonder... Progress will be saved. I wonder if we just quit to the title screen. And... switch it to offline. Then switch it to online. Ah, that does not appear to have worked. Okay, I guess I'll have to do some troubleshooting with that sometime later then, because... I have a sneaking suspicion that if that is a common issue, then it's probably what's going on here, because I did launch the game via Steam. Because launching the game via Steam was the only way to get DualShock 4 controller support working. Which is vexing, because that means that either I have DualShock 4 controller support, or I have online. But yeah, Easy Ian, to answer your question, overall, the combined experience has been good. But there are some really weird issues the game has, particularly if you're trying to rebind your controls for any reason. Or, there are some issues of the in-game text and descriptions not being sufficiently clear, or being very ambiguous and confusing. So if you don't mind looking up information that you have questions about that the game does not sufficiently explain, then yeah, you'll probably be fine. I don't know if Microsoft did, President Miyazaki, but Steam has had it for a while. The problem is, the Epic Games Store doesn't seem to support it, unless there's a setting somewhere in there that I haven't found. Oh. Well, there's just the mage I need. But it looks like he's gotten away. Oh, no, he hasn't. But now where's he gone? Oh, I see. Okay. Just gonna keep summoning minions, huh? I really hope I didn't just permanently lose him, because I also hope he didn't go into that cave. No, there he is. Okay, he looked like he teleported this way. Oh, he didn't go up the hill, did he? I bet he did. Oh, that's weird, Darton. No, I'm not. I just launched this game directly through Steam. Just launched the EXE through Steam. Every freaking time. He is not here. Yeah, President Miyazaki, I did figure that out, but the direction in which he warped was ambiguous. Like, it could have either been up here or further to the right. I just hope they don't recover health if I rest at an obelisk, because I'm near to the point where I'm considering doing so. The other question is, it seems like he warped pretty far. And it's starting to look like they don't go back to the same spot twice. So, where the heck could he have gone? It showed him as having gone up and to the right, but... What the heck? This is kind of irritating, honestly, because I'll do a bunch of damage to the mage, and then he'll just vanish, and I'll lose him. Um... Uh... Okay. Well... He seems to have teleported off in this direction. But I don't see him anywhere in here. Cryo unlock and merchant? Cryo unlock? It's definitely not in here. He went up, KS. But it's really difficult to gauge how far up. Could be where you find the cryo hunt. Oh, I see what you're saying. I gotcha. Alright, I guess I'll check there next then. Yeah, because it seems like there are only certain spots they teleport to. Maybe... Nope. What about here? Nope. What about up here? Ah. There's that obelisk. Not here. Would he be in the boss area? No? Clearly not. Would he be in the other boss area? They don't teleport far away. I don't know about that. I checked all the way to the left, and he was not there. Oh god, that's a... Yup! Sure is. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. He can't possibly be over there, can he? Oh boy. Uh... Well, that didn't help. Maybe down here. No. Okay. I don't think he'd be anywhere in the cave. Well, that's what I would have thought, KS, but he didn't reappear there. I checked. I went out of my way to check up the hill there, and he wasn't there. And I know I didn't kill him, because he teleported away. Right before the trap. He's not here. And he's not here. Like I said, he teleported somewhere up and to the right after I chased him away here. But as for this, I have no idea how to even get in here. Or what it is. To the right of the trap. I walked back this way too, KS. Right below the trap off the nearest ledge. Oh, you're talking about jumping up there. Okay, I see. So there's a ledge over there that you can jump to. Ah. Oh, okay. So it was. Well, that wasn't helpful. What do we have here? Named mage hunt discovered. Devour Celis. Oh, this is the dude that guy froze. I see a frozen wind emerge from below Ash Peak Castle. Barred from entry, Celisend wallows in cold despair. Okay. So this is a tier 1, and it will, as some of you say, it will stay active if we begin the hunt now, but go... Well, if I start it, it'll despawn the Pyromancer. Interesting. Okay. Well, I don't want to do that, and I was going to say, if I start it, it'll rearrange all the enemies in the area anyway. And the Pyromancer has the equipment, or the items that I actually want. So, we will hold off on this for now. I kind of had a feeling that might be the case. By the gods, I'm saved. Thank you, Inquisitor. My name is Shopkeeper Arnold. I'll return to Partners Vale while I shall open my shop for Oh, good, okay. I've been looking for something to use all this money for. You can come back here along. Oh, okay. So, Darton, now that I've found it, it can be launched from the hub? Okay. That is useful. Okay, that answers that. Thank you, Fontes. Of course, now that blasted mage disappeared again. Okay. This, I have a feeling, is... Yup, you don't have the right. Okay. What have we here? Oh, another exotic strand. You went below to the right. Thank you, Fontes. Let me just see if this is a dead end or... What the... Okay. This looks like an entrance, but... I can't get anywhere. And I was under the impression that... Oh, he went back to the road. Okay. No problem, Monotone. Go get some rest. Take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. That, I wonder... That looks something like I have to drop down from above. I don't think there's any surviving dropping down from that far. All right. Okay, yeah, because KS, it's starting to become clear to me that they follow a set path and that they have set positions they teleport to. But until you pointed out to me that there was that one... That one position I wasn't aware of. I wasn't able to continue following them because I had no idea where the last position was, so I couldn't chase them. Nebulous Verge, I do stutter every now and then when I'm not thinking carefully about what I'm going to say. But I have had quite a great deal of practice speaking. Yes, a former career used to require public speaking. Oh, now he's using physical attacks. Now he's really mad. A former career used to require public speaking, so I got quite a lot of practice at it there. And I've also taken a little bit of public speaking in college. Oh boy. Alright, we got a gel sack. The mage warped off this way. Yeah, there he is. Okay. Ha! Teleports right into the corner. Oh god. Oh, not one of these things. Ah! Okay. No! Oh, it just went into the... Okay. Cool. Oh, come on! Uh... Oh, okay, the berry does restore a somewhat decent amount of health. Ah! Sheesh. Okay, well, I mean, it dropped some items I needed. It seems like just hunting the enemies that the pyromancers summon is... No! Always the wrong direction. Nah! No, I don't want to grab the ledge. Okay, there we go, jeez. So this is another aspect of what people mean when they talk about this game being similar to Monster Hunter. Pilgrim's Urn. Blaze Pyre. Level 0 offensive. Oh, 1.2% melee damage. Joy. An urn bearing the ashes of a treasured companion. A pilgrim must embark and the ashes must find their home. Okay, I think I'm beginning to understand how mage hunts work. Oh! Well, gee! Gee, that sure is another mage hunt. Question is, did resting... Oh, okay. No, it didn't cause him to despawn. Alright, yeah, I will happily fight another pyromancer. Oh, okay, KS. I wonder if that's a bug of some kind, or if it's intended. It also seems that you can teleport, or you can continue hitting them a little bit after they've teleported. I should be using those berries. Oh, okay, and look who he summoned. Yeah, we'll let them fight. Wow! G freaking G, regular enemy. Yeah, Nebulous Verge. I mean, they're upgrade materials, one and all. It's, I love how the mage teleported back into the path of my spell. Okay, well now I know where to track these guys down. And it looks as though I can save some healing by using these blood berries. And then potentially get them back from gathering from these bushes. Okay, he didn't go this way. I guess he must have gone to that other spot. Hello, Argenvane, welcome! And Nate, welcome as well! Alright, let's see. Yes, indeed, there he is. Ugh. Okay, and I guess he's now gone back to one of the other locations down below. Really weird that they teleport inside that house. Yeah, Argon, you can do that to smaller enemies. There are some enemies that you can launch. Larger ones, not so much, but... Actually, we should refill that. I think this guy has just gone back over... Oh, hi! Oh, please tell me he's nearby and not just at the top of the building. Oh, no. Ugh, come on. Yeah, I don't see him here. And I did not get a good look at where he went. I thought he went somewhere up and to the right. Oh, I spammed a little too hard there. But I do not see any mages. Also, I have no idea what this thing is supposed to be. Oh! The Nameless Hydromancer. Holy hell, tier 6! I see dark waters rise in the Archridge district of Ashbourne Village. A hydroman... Oh god. Yeah, okay. Hydromancer of no name seeks to drown all that lives. Oh, and it looks like you get different items. Okay. You get different items depending on the tier, which I suppose makes sense. Question is, where did that mage go? Not here. Man, I really wish there was some way to track them. Oh, they go to the gate too, Fontes. Okay, well, that's good to know. Alright, devour one more named mage. Okay, well... Not here. And apparently not here. Well, that's nice. Yeah, this is the Hydromancer zone, but I'm pretty sure... Unless they don't have the run of the entire village... Like, that's the thing. He wasn't... The Hydromancer zone seems to overlap the Pyromancer zone. Because I've encountered both of them on the bottom floor of this building. So I don't know where one's territory ends and the other's begins. I mean, he's clearly not here. But I'm not sure where else he could have gone, unless they go into the caves. But I don't think I've ever seen one do that. Pyro only goes to the bottom floor here. Okay, well... If that's the case, then maybe somewhere further left. I can't imagine where. And I still have no answer as to whether they go into the caves or not. I wonder if... No, not up there. I wonder if having devoured another named Mage Heart will get us any new dialogue with this suspicious tree. No. It will not. So where else could he have gone? Certainly wouldn't be underground. No. Because there would be other enemies here. BLGM, I don't know what this dad stuff is. I think you've got me confused for somebody else. I am nobody's father, and I do not intend to be. But the game is going alright so far. It's just really tricky tracking down these mages once they've pieced out. Unless... No, he's not over here. Could I have missed him somehow? Somewhere further this way? Do the pyromancers even... Salt, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I know, the time does fly. Oh, yeah, he does come up here. Okay. Oh. I see. Yeah, okay, so it looks like there's more than one spot over here that he can teleport to. And I was so busy falling off the precipice, running away from those imps or whatever they were, that I didn't see which direction he left in. Really hope he doesn't come too much further up here. Crow, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Well, he is not up here. Oh, God. Well, so much for that. I hope that didn't cause him to despawn. No, he's still here. Those guys are doing way more damage to him than I was. Okay, well, I guess this will be attempt number 2. I highly doubt any of the damage that was done to him previously will carry over. Okay. I am also now beginning to see a parallel between this and Monster Hunter, where you're fighting a monster, and you damage the monster a little bit, and it runs away. Oh, I guess that's where I landed. Ugh. Boy, I tell you what, though. That extra physical defense has really been saving my hide. All right, and where is our friend? I think he came over this way. Yep, he sure did. And he went up. So I guess that answers which spot he just teleported to. Alright then, off we go. Oh, yep, I see that aura. Ugh! Okay. Really? Man, I should have gone out the other door. If you die, you have to redo the hunt from the start. Yeah, I figured that was the case. But at the very least, it seems to be the same... Yeah, it's the Pyromancer. It's the same guy every time. Oh, man. Well, this is going a lot better than I'd hoped. They did quite a bit of damage to him. Alright. Oh, he teleported again, didn't he? Yeah, it does seem like ragdolling happens quite a lot, Fontes. Oh, blast it. Now it's one of these spiders. Although, that said, I am getting quite a lot of the upgrade materials that I need just from the ads. The problem is, the ads are, in some cases, making it a little bit difficult to fight the actual boss. Ah, God, that. Okay, I'll take that. We take those. And Vadenlied, hello and welcome. Thank you very much for dropping by. You just stumbled upon this stream because the game's title sounded interesting. Well, in that case, let me introduce myself. My name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Usually pretty badly, which is what you've walked into here. And this is Salt and Sacrifice, which is a successor to Salt and Sanctuary. Both of which are, well, they're widely referred to as Souls-likes because they draw quite a lot of inspiration from the Souls series. But really they are 2D action platformers, which you could argue may be categorizable as Metroidvanias. Hey, Zaku. Two mages at the same time, Fontes, in the same fight? Oh, every blasted time I run into that trap. Every single... Oh, well, we got bloodberries, so that will help with the healing a little. Yeah! Weidenlied, or do you prefer Willow? Because I do like Willow. Willow is a nice name. They are most commonly described as Souls-likes, but more than anything, that's just because they... Oh, geez. They draw influences from a fairly famous and well-known series of games made by From Software. Demon's Souls and the Dark Souls franchise and Bloodborne and Sekiro and most recently Elden Ring. Well, it is Willow, but I myself am German. You wouldn't know it to hear my accent because I grew up in the United States, but I was born in Germany, raised in the US, and live in Germany now. So I've come full circle. But I stream exclusively in English. It's just easier. And I reach a wider audience that way. Oh, yeah, KS, I know James did give out some review copies. And there was an alpha as well. There were a number of people who were involved in the alpha who did some QA and testing. Oh, he didn't warp all the way over here, did he? No, he didn't, which means I probably missed him. Yeah, like Elden Ring, and... Well, like pretty much every other game FromSoft has made within the past 12 or 13 years. Well, originally my native language was German, but my parents brought me to the United States when I was 4 years old, at which point they began refusing to speak any German to me because they wanted me to integrate into American culture. So I lost what German I had learned by the age of 4, thanks to my parents and my family's efforts to basically erase our roots and any trace of our non-American heritage, which unfortunately was a common thing in those days. I just turned 37, so I was around for the very last few years of the Soviet Union and all of that stuff, and the wall coming down, and ultimately my parents decided that they just wanted to be American, which, on the one hand, I get, but on the other hand, you don't have to completely wipe out your heritage to do that. Although they seemed perfectly happy to do so, but... So, for the next 14 years of my life until I graduated high school, the only language that I was able to learn was English, and I took Spanish in high school because when the faculty found out that I was German, they decided it would be cheating for me to take German classes in school, and they literally would not let me take German language. So I had to take Spanish instead. Oh, thank you, Echo Drop, but please don't remind me. Anyway, all that to say, I had to relearn German much later in life, starting at the age of 18 after moving back to Germany. So English is kind of my native language, but kind of not. I will tell you plainly, though, it is the language at which I am most proficient, more so than German, which is one of many reasons why I prefer to stream in English. Yeah, Willow, it is, especially if you're learning it after having not spoken it for 14 years and not had an opportunity to use it because everybody you knew who was fluent in it refused to speak it with you. Oh, God. Oh, I see. I thought there was a bug, but it was actually just me being blocked by an enemy. Okay, so the mage is not here. Not really, Salt, no. I mean, if you're on vacation for like a week and you go to Berlin, yeah, in a big cosmopolitan capital city like Berlin, you will find somebody who speaks English if you get lost. But depending on what it is you need and how often you end up needing it, like if you're constantly looking for guidance or directions all the time, you are not always going to find somebody who is fluent enough in English to be able to provide that for you. And if you're going anywhere other than the major, like, big cities, forget it. Good luck. Where the heck did this mage run off to? Yeah, not unlike the situation in Japan, Salt. And even in Japan, things have been getting more English-friendly in big cities like Tokyo and Fukuoka and Kanazawa, but if you go anywhere other than the big cities, yeah, people are going to look at you like you've got a second head if you start speaking English. Or really any other language besides Japanese. And even in Tokyo, although things have gotten better, it is still far from a guarantee that you will find anyone who speaks English outside of designated tourist kiosks or, you know, the airport. Oh, Willow, you're from Bavaria. Okay. It's funny you say that, Willow, because a few other very good friends of mine whom I met on Twitch and who are actually broadcasters themselves are also from Bavaria. As a matter of fact, Willow, actually, you've just reminded, you're going to hate me for posting this, and you're probably going to just unfollow and leave. But is it this level of unusual dialect? Is it anything like that? What, if you speak English, Echo Drop? Yeah, there is a lot of xenophobia over there. But there's a lot of that in a lot of places. It's not just them. Chinese specifically, Salt, will give you at least the ability to understand kanji. And that can definitely help you navigate signage in Japan. It will at the very least ensure that you don't go into the wrong bathroom. Alright, now how the heck... Yeah, go ahead, Willow. By all means. Do I just jump that? I guess I just jump that. No, I don't just jump that. Blast it. That was a lot of health. Let's see. It's more this level of Bavarian. Okay. This looks old enough that hopefully it will not be subject to copyright. Let's see.
Herzlich willkommen zu unserem Kursus Altbayerisch für Einsteiger. Heute erstmalig mit einem historischen Exkurs mit dem Titel Bayerische Höflichkeitsformen im 19. Jahrhundert und überhaupt. Das sind Kati und Flori.
Oh dear.
Die beiden gehören zum Dienstpersonal am Hofe König Ludwigs II. Soeben sind sie aufgestanden und bereiten das Frühstück für seine Majestät. Flori erfreut seine Kollegin mit einem fröhlichen Gruß.
Ascho auf.
Ich wiederhole, Ascho auf. Zu Deutsch, liebste Kollegin, welch Freude, dich anzutreffen zu dieser morgendlichen Stunde. Worauf Kati mit gleicher Höflichkeit entgegnet.
Mogst blöd daherreden.
Aha.
Ich wiederhole, mogst blöd daherreden. Zu Deutsch, liebster Kollege, noch so ein Spruch und ich werde dir die Fresse polieren. Flori macht sich Sorgen um das äußere Erscheinungsbild von Kati.
Kathi, bist schon gescheit, kann bitte Kini kann gleich kommen.
Okay. Alright, I get the idea. Well, Willow, all I can tell you is that you are welcome here regardless of your dialect. I appreciate you just the same. Okay, Fontes, have a good one. Take care. Good night. Thank you for hanging out today. Yeah, right, Echo Drop. The main reason I don't stream in German is because my German accent sounds equally unnatural to that, and possibly worse. Because it's a mixture of a German accent and a New England General American, but not quite General American. It's just, it's not pretty. Your English is very British. It's funny you say that, Willow. People have often asked me if I was British, which I'm not. But I guess the way that I speak English makes me sound too well enunciated to be most dialects of American English? I don't know. Oh, wow. I don't know how I survived that. You did study languages. Okay. Yeah, I think that goes a long way toward explaining why people, or why your English sounds more British, because the Brits enunciate their English, and they're a little bit more careful about how they pronounce. Well, many dialects of British English are, not all. But American English is far less enunciated. On the whole. Alright. What's the deal here? This mage seems to be just gone. Echo Drop, New Englanders have the standard dialect of General American. There are specific dialects within New England. There's the Boston accent, there's the New Jersey accent, there's the New York accent. But outside of those areas, and I mean, even within New Jersey as a state, not everybody has that accent. It's more prevalent in some parts of New Jersey than others. And the New York accent even is something that you hear mostly in and around New York City. If you go further out into New York State, like into the suburbs, it's considerably less prevalent. Low Kitty, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Oh, if you learned English from teachers who are British English teachers, yeah, you'll definitely pick up that accent. Absolutely. The only English teachers I ever had were American English teachers, but I learned more through circumstance than anything else to enunciate my English. I wonder if this guy teleported down to the lake. I wonder if that's where he went. Because he's nowhere up top. Hello, Kitty. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I hope you are well. Now, these guys are going to chase me, aren't they? No, they're not. And Deathbed, thank you for the resub. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. He is not down here. What the heck? Ah, well then, Willow, you and I are very much kindred spirits in that regard, because I also love learning languages, or even just fragments of languages. Purely out of curiosity, do you struggle with math or any kind of numerical thinking? Because I do. And I am given to the suspicion that that is probably the trade-off for my proficiency in language. Alright, and also, could that mage have teleported? No, not here. Yeah, we're looking for the big guy that was using fire spells. You damage them a little bit and they run away. And then you have to track them down and find them again. And if he were in here, we would have been hearing sounds of him fighting the enemies, because the other enemies that hang out in these areas do not necessarily get along with the mages. Okay. Even chemistry is a little too much math for me. I can't wrap my head around balancing a chemical equation or anything like that. I can't even begin to process the first thing about that kind of information. But interesting nonetheless to hear that you face the same difficulty with math, or a comparable difficulty with math. Also, it feels to me as though in the previous game you could extend the length of your jump by dashing before jumping. Here, it feels like that's no longer the case. I don't know how much math is involved in actual rocket science, Zakir. I can't speak to that. Salt, to your question, what would I recommend in terms of a way to slowly make progress learning Japanese? The best way to do it, Salt, is to learn from a native speaker. And what that really means is to learn the way that it is spoken naturally by real people who use it to communicate with one another. And some people recommend watching anime or playing video games or that kind of thing, and that can help up to a point, but beyond that point, the way that people speak in video games and anime and cartoons and that kind of thing is not generally the way that they speak to each other in real life. So if you want to learn actual conversational Japanese, probably one of the best places to start is by watching Japanese talk shows or soap operas or shows where people are speaking to each other in a way that is not scripted or that isn't following any additional unusual social rules or conventions. I have a very, very minimal level of fluency, Willow. I can read hiragana and katakana, and I know some kanji. But I don't have a conversational level of fluency as such. Oh, don't tell me this guy just despawned. I have a sinking feeling he might have despawned. I cannot find him anywhere. Famine, seeing the way a person's mouth moves when they speak any language can help give you context for what sounds they're making. Because the sounds that someone makes when they speak are not necessarily... Oh yeah, he's gone. I've missed my opportunity entirely. That is vexing. Unless... Oh, Hunter, thank you very much for the 2 gift subs to Octane93 and Speedster. Oh, no kidding, Willow. Fascinating. Fascinating to know that you have that background. I never formally studied Japanese. I learned what I know from playing video games, so I'm setting a bad example, but I feel like the do as I say, not as I learn is probably the best advice I can give to someone like you, Salt, where it really is just a matter of you'll get far more out of learning conversational Japanese than you will out of learning fragmented phrases and little bits and pieces from video games. Because nobody talks in real life the way that they talk in video games. So if you try to use video game Japanese in a conversation, like if you walk into a convenience store in Japan and you say to the clerk, "Omae wa mo shindeiru," or, you know, you start repeating random lines from your favorite anime, they're going to laugh at you and then throw you out. And probably deport you for good measure while they're at it. Blast it after all that. Oh, Low Kitty, I'm so sorry. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. Communication is a very difficult thing, Low Kitty. And believe me, I can relate to how difficult it is. My heart goes out to you, Low Kitty, and if there's anything I can do, if you need to talk, you're welcome to message me at some point after the stream. I will get back to you as soon as I can, although I cannot promise exactly when. Yeah, it would be something like that, Deathbed. It would be the equivalent of that in America. Well, Zakir, that's probably not the best way to endear yourself to a class of brand new classmates. Yeah, Argon, do I correctly remember that you've mentioned to me at some point that English was not your first language? Because I seem to remember you mentioning that. Hello, Anonmaru, welcome. Oh, really, Hunter? Did they? Was it like a proprietary armed forces language software, or was it just the commercial, like, Rosetta Stone? Yeah, that's what I thought, Argon, because I remember having this discussion with you at some point before, and I think I remember you saying that you'd watched a lot of, like, American English soap operas or TV shows. Congratulations, Blank Solana. Did you change your username at some point? Because I don't seem to recall you speaking up too much in chat under this name. Oh, nice, Zakir. They would appreciate it possibly in an ironic way, Salt, but... Okay, Rosetta Stone, Hunter, gotcha. So the commercial stuff. Yeah, and Willow, if somebody did that to you in either language, it would be natural to react that way. I mean, if somebody walked up to me and started speaking in that kind of, like, deliberately stereotypical accent, I'd probably have some choice words for them. Well, Deathbed, if by parallels you mean mutual intelligibility, German is the only one of those two languages that has any mutual intelligibility with English, and what mutual intelligibility German and English share is very little. Oh, okay, Argon, so I might have been mistaking that for something that somebody else in a similar situation told me. I see. Yeah, Deathbed, probably not the best German to use in casual conversations, that. And yeah, Deathbed, if you're deliberating between which of those two languages to learn, I agree with Willow that Japanese has a simpler structure and simpler rules which are more consistent. Like, German has all these different rules that only apply in a handful of situations and that are very, very inconsistent. Oh, okay, Hunter. Well, I mean, I guess, you were stationed in Japan, weren't you? So Japanese was probably the most relevant language for you to learn. What do we have for wares? Biggins? A linen skull cap. When worn by nobility, it would protect the wearer's expensive hat from sweats and oils. While commoners are forbidden from wearing such finery, most are thrilled to sport a Biggins alone. Huh. I must say I am unimpressed with this selection, if I'm honest. Hello, RLA. Welcome. Oh, but we can sell here. Okay, 500. Most of this stuff doesn't really seem worth selling. Well, okay. Yeah, Willow, that too. Like, German grammar is just a dumpster fire of random rules that were added to the language at different points in time and that have no real rhyme or reason to them. I personally found Japanese to be an easier language to learn. I've just never had anyone to teach it to me in a formal, structured way. Okay, now we can get the Fire Charm. That will be helpful. More fire attack is always good. Oh, but can we not? Can we not put it on? We can only have one charm active at a time. So we can't truly kill mages without this thing equipped, I'm guessing. Unless this also enables us to kill mages. RLA, the game is good overall. It's a little bit rough around the edges, but it did just come out. And I imagine some of that stuff will be patched. Yeah. Willow, the German word for submarines, and many of our words for all sorts of different things, they do follow the format of, yeah, let's just mash a bunch of adjectives together to make a noun. Deathbed, I know what ACP stands for. It stands for Automatic Colt Pistol. Well, RLA, it's interesting you mention that, because the language that we're born into as our first language doesn't necessarily always end up being the language that we like best or that's easiest for us to learn. I had a very easy time learning English, but I think that was partly because of my predisposition to language and because I enjoyed learning English. I just wish I also could have kept up German as well, and that my parents had not deprived me of it. Yeah, French and Spanish, Willow, are both Latin-based languages, so they're easy to mix up because there are bits and pieces that sound similar. Although not when you write them down. When you write them down, French and Spanish are pretty easy to discern. Nerfmaster, if you like word soup, learn German. Yeah, Deathbed, I know that the Matilda is based on the VP-70, but I honestly do not remember the initials VP. I know it's made by Hecla Koch, but... Yeah, French is just how many extra letters can we fit into a word that we're not even going to bother pronouncing? Well, Argon, Spanish and Italian, I mean, it depends. Are you talking about Latin American Spanish or Spain Spanish? Like, what's it called? Castilian? Or Catalan, I'm sorry. Because, yeah. They're pretty different. Ah, okay, Deathbed. If you're going to hand it to me that way, it'll be like the Volkspistol or something like that. Spain Spanish, okay. Spain Spanish is the form of Spanish that I am not fluent in. The Spanish that you learn in high school in the United States is Latin American Spanish, because that's the kind that's spoken in the United States. Almost everybody in the U.S. who speaks Spanish is a speaker of the Latin American form of Spanish. And so that's just what is taught there because it's more practical. Deathbed, and I will say, as bad as German is, with just mashing adjectives together to create nouns, Dutch and some of the other languages of our neighbors are far worse. Let me see if I can find it, but I think, like, the Dutch word... The Dutch word for a Danube steamboat captain's hat which I think is well, okay. Let me see if I can find it, because there are a bunch of examples, although there are some pretty awful ones in German as well. Like, here's a good example. Well, Willow, that's one way to put it. Where is this word? I'm trying to find it. Here it is. Oh, no, this is the German form of it. I think the Dutch form of this is even longer. But they give a couple of other examples in this article, so I'll just link that. It's these are the German variations, but Zaki, I think that was Iceland. I think that was an Icelandic name. Oh God, Willow. Yeah, that's that's a good one for Hangman. I mean, I feel like anybody who is a native speaker of English playing Hangman with anybody who is a native speaker of German is in way over their head no matter what. Oh, it was Wales. Zakier, I think there might be more than one example of that then, because the one I'm aware of, it was the name of like a volcano in Iceland that was similarly just a mishmash of vowels and consonants. I'm pretty sure there are a few examples floating around out there of things like that happening. All right, let's see. Can we upgrade anything that we have? Ah, we can. We can upgrade this. Twin blaze pier. Okay, so we need a different material for that. Okay, you know, and actually, one thing we can do is we can sell a whole bunch of the duplicate weapons that I've been just sitting on here. If I can find the merchant. There he is. All right, sell. That's not bad. We got a decent amount of money out of that. And I don't plan on doing any invading, so we can just sell those. All right, and now let's spend some of this salt. Because I think this should now give us enough. Oh, yeah, Willow, translations are a whole different ball game. As a matter of fact, Willow, one of my favorite examples of wonky translations is a pre-Google Translate situation where something was essentially run through levels of Google Translate and then translated back to the original language. And I think what it was when, I want to say somebody translated the British Burns Night address to the Haggis from English into German, and then for some reason they translated it from German back to English. I don't know what the circumstances were, but when they translated it back, the line from Robert Burns' poem that says, what was it? I have to look up the original poem now because I don't know it by heart. Here it is. Address to the Haggis. Great chieftain o' the Puddin' race. That line, when they translated it back from German, it came back as mighty Führer of the sausage people. Which is something that I've never quite gotten over. Hang on, let me see if I can find the context for that, because it's a lot better with context. Here it is. So this is an excerpt from QI, which is where I first found out about this. Let's see if we can... And if you're watching the VOD, I'm sorry you're not going to hear this, but look up Poem for a Haggis QI Series 8, Episode 11 on YouTube, and you'll find it, and you can listen along.
Do you know the Burns address to the Haggis?
Yes, it's a poem.
It's a poem which on Burns night, at a Burns supper, somebody would address it, and it comes in, that's obviously been cut open, as you can see.
Yeah.
But before it's cut, someone addresses it, and it starts with, "Fair fa your honest sonsy face, great chieftain of the Puddin' race, aboon them all you take your place, pains triper therm, wheeler you wordy o' grace as lang's my erm." And a pal of mine was saying... Thank you. But then it is being typed in. But somebody I know was doing a Burns supper abroad, and they had sent the address over to Germany, and it was translated into German, but the German translated it back, and the line, instead of great chieftain of the Puddin' race, was translated back as mighty Führer of the sausage people.
That's what it was. Okay. That's what it was. So it was, Fred McAuley is this guy's name. And I guess it was a personal story of his where a friend of his was doing Burns Night in, I guess, Germany, and they translated the address to the Haggis into German. But for some reason, whomever they gave it to decided to translate it back into English before giving the address to the Haggis at the celebration. And that was what it was translated back into. It's one of my favorite wonky retranslations ever. It's just, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, Nerfmaster, many languages do not have a precise equivalent of other languages' words. Oh yeah, the Scottish accent, Willow, it's quite something. And that's not just the Scottish accent, that's like a proper Scots accent. Like a real Scots dialect there, that. Oh yeah, Argon, absolutely. It's just, as difficult as translation is, and as much trouble as it can cause, every now and then you get little gems like that that are just priceless, you know? Oh, don't worry about it, RLA. I haven't had time to stream in a while, unfortunately. But no, am I going to be making a VOD playlist on Elden Ring? Yes, I will. I haven't added any new VOD playlist because I haven't done any full playthroughs of anything lately. And I have a feeling that just because I have so little time for streaming right now because of the project I'm working on, this might end up being a one-off, at least for a while, you know, until I have the time to dedicate to finishing it. There's that too, Salt. There certainly is that. I am a pastry. Willow, have you done translation work before? Because, yeah, I've looked into it myself, and the pay for the few jobs I investigated was pretty miserable. What do we have here? There's nothing in there that's of your interest, Inquisitor. Move along. I will be the judge of that, sir. Locked, huh? You are a translator with a master's degree. Oh, very good. Okay, so you are in a position to say with some authority that translators don't get paid enough. Yeah, my heart goes out to you, Willow. I'm truly sorry that things are as bad as they are in that line of work. If it makes you feel any better, my last college major, the last of 3, and hopefully the last one I'll ever waste money on again, was ergotherapy. And I found out only too late that ergotherapy is not the field that is well suited to me. Hey, Miku. Low Kitty, please go take care of yourself, okay? Go get some rest. And in the morning, hopefully you'll feel a little bit better. And again, Low Kitty, if you need to talk in the morning, you can message me on the Discord. And I will get back to you as soon as I possibly can. Yeah, Arganvane, because people take them for granted and nobody appreciates them properly. All right, is there anything else here? That would be of even remotely any use to me. It doesn't look... Well... There's the Pyromancer's hood. This is all light armor. I suppose we could, we won't get any defense out of it, but we can at least see how it looks. Oh, and of course, I'm over-encumbered because... Oh, okay, it has some poise, but it overburdens us. So this is not just clothing, it's actual armor. A breastplate forged from pure flame. Its pauldrons are decorated with wings of fire, in the style of those who worship Alex, god of fiery fury. And what we have on, because we've upgraded it, is better. That's a shame. I would have been happy to rock that fashion. But I guess that's all we can craft for now, and there's no sense carrying that stuff around. So I guess we might as well stash it. Oh God, Willow, no. I don't play D&D in the first place, but I can only begin to imagine how rough those translations must be. Well, jalapeno, that's the thing, right? Is people who are fluent in 2 languages or more and are already earning enough from some other line of work, right? From some other profession, are in some ways in a better position to be crowdsourced for their skills than professional translators who are struggling to get by, not being paid enough. But of course, the issue there is crowdsourcing unofficial translators requires people to be interested. Whereas really, it's the official translators who should get first pick and best treatment. Not that the unofficial ones are any less deserving, but the unofficial ones are basically doing volunteer work for a good cause, whereas the official ones are people who are doing necessary work and not getting properly compensated for it. Like, the only reason that we have any kind of translation whatsoever of games like Live Alive is because of unofficial translators. And that's not even because official translators didn't want anything to do with it. It's because official translators weren't allowed to touch it because the company that they worked for had no interest in localizing it. Anyway. If you couldn't already tell, I also have, I have certain feelings about translation as well. I feel like, and I'm coming from the video game industry in that context, where it's pretty much the same deal as what you described, Willow, that translators in the game industry get treated very badly on the whole, or they have until recent years, but even recently I've been hearing far more stories of them not being given the treatment that they deserve and being essentially treated like second-string members of the dev team whose opinions and perspectives didn't matter and whose work was only kind of a cursory portion of whatever project was being done. Like, I've read interviews with people like Ted Woolsey and some of the folks who succeeded Woolsey in Square's translation division in their localization department. And I don't think I could ever work as a translator for a big company like that. They just... They had no respect for their localization teams. They gave them, first of all, insufficient pay, but they also gave them ridiculous deadlines. Oh, he's back! Thank goodness. They gave them totally unreasonable deadlines, ridiculous expectations with no support, and just... The conditions under which they were made to work were lamentable. Wow, Willow, that's rough. Oh, that... This blasted spider and that grab attack. That grab is the worst. Okay, well, hopefully that mage is still here. That's entirely possible, Tin Man, and if it was the case, it was probably the result of working conditions, because that usually seems to be the reason that localization teams are forced to cut corners, is because they're not given enough time, or they're not given enough support, or they're given too much to do. The one problem with fighting a Pyromancer as a Pyromancer is that all of his minions take next to no damage. From my attacks. Wow, Willow, was that because of just bad translation then? Or was it on purpose? Like, was it a translator having a laugh? Ah! Okay, it looks like the strong combo on that is a good way to... Okay, that will stagger him. That's good to know. Now, which way did this guy teleport off to? We don't know for sure. Okay. Actually, I kind of like it better that way. It's more fun to think of in the context of that mystery. Did he end up in here? No, he didn't. Which means he went to the left. Oh, is it that bad, Morteferu? Morteferu, you would be using, what, the Swiss-German translation? Which I guess is an uncommon enough language outside Switzerland that, yeah, it probably didn't get a very good translation into that language. Wow, Willow. I mean, I feel like maybe the Finnish translation of Dracula was just really ahead of its time. Because it preceded, what was the name of that show? What's it called? What We Do in the Shadows? Oh, for God's sake. Okay, he went that way, so I'm sure he's gone up to the... up to the other, spot higher above. Salt, that reminds me kind of in reverse of what happened with the Phoenix Wright series. Which is exemplified better than anything in this comic. Which I will post right here in chat. Reminds me of this. And yes, it is the Eat Your Hamburgers Apollo comic. Oh, you're using the English one, Mortefero. Okay. The English VA is bad. Oh, I see. They just didn't bother getting a professional team of voice actors for it. I gotcha. Oh, he's gone up. Okay. Wow! I am astonished I can kill that guy in one combo. Although I suspect it's probably at least partially because I've upgraded my weapon. Echo Drop, a burger with mayo is not worth eating. It's just a... I don't know, a paperweight. Ugh. Oh, okay, he went up and to the left. Ugh! Oh, for goodness sake. Man... Getting launched like that is just... Oh, but I landed right near the, Okay. Somebody remind me. To be more careful of where I stand. Right, he'll have gone not too far. Echo Drop, at this point, you are just trying to upset me. Ah, goodness sake. Oh, Willow, don't mind Echo Drop. He's a regular viewer here. And his idea of a sense of humor is shamelessly advocating for the existence of mayonnaise when mayonnaise has no business existing. Also, it looks like you can't guard break enemies in this game. Which you could do in Salt and Sanctuary. There we are. Oh, hey, Ryuji, welcome! Mayo ruins everything, Hunter. Everything it touches. Absolutely everything. How does one not enjoy a burger with mayo, Luna? Don't do that. Mayonnaise is the cheapest, grossest, nastiest, oiliest, most flavorless, just disgusting condiment. Ugh. Man, no sooner do I get rid of the first spider Then this stupid mage summons another one. Oh, I got him. Red Rock, there are so many ways you can make canned tuna better without using mayonnaise. Mayonnaise doesn't make it better, it just makes it even more unappetizing. Like, canned tuna by itself is bad enough. Adding mayonnaise to it is as much as saying, yeah, I like my canned tuna to be even more disgusting and unappetizing. Like, what if we took a food that's already incredibly unappealing and we made it worse? And then we put it in a sandwich, because that'll save it. Yeah, Willow, he's sort of the boss. There are named versions of those guys who are mission targets. The area itself doesn't have a single boss, but there are missions that you do in each area where you're sent to kill one of these guys. Or somebody like them. They each use different elements. And the one that you're sent to kill might have a name, in which case it'll be a one-time mission that you don't get to do again once you've completed it. Or it might be a nameless one. And if it's a nameless one, then those can randomly just appear. And if you kill them, you get loot. Which is what I'm trying to do. Oh, he ran away again. He went somewhere up here. Which worries me because I don't think I can get in there. Does not open from this side. Yeah, and I don't see anything up there that I can grab onto. This looks like it's an exit. But... yeah, he went up and to the left, so he ended up someplace I can't reach him. I can't get in here. How the heck? Oh, blast it! The other problem is, when you're hunting a nameless mage, you don't have the... you don't have the trail of black fog to show you where to go. Oh, goodness sake. Every time I forget that this stupid thing is here. Alright, well, I'm not sure how to access... Oh, I bet I do know, actually. I bet... I bet it's that area where I ran into that big guy that I didn't want to fight and I just pieced right out of. Hello, Ugly Weeb. Yeah, Salt, I miss it too. I miss it too. I didn't get to spend nearly enough time in Japan to be able to try all of the different kinds of ramen, but... Right, there has to be some other way up there than from down here, because I don't see any way. Oh. Okay. There we are. Yeah, Salt, it is very difficult. I will say, Salt, that if you ever find yourself in Boston around when PAX East is going on, and it happens to be a PAX East where I'm attending, I would be happy to show you an excellent ramen joint, and in fact, there are several. Ah, you're very fortunate, Tin Man. That's about what I remember paying in Tokyo when I was there in 2009. It was about 1,000, maybe 1,100 yen per bowl. Okay, it was over here, I'm fairly sure. Yeah, come on. Walk through it. I have a feeling he can probably follow me anywhere that I would possibly run, but... Oh, no, I am hitting him. But for how much damage... Oh, there he is. Oh! And I got a dawning memory from him. All right. I'll take that. And I'll take this. Well, Ryuji, that's the thing. Ramen in other countries is considered exotic, so you can charge 3 times what it's worth and people will pay.
Much obliged.
Pingu, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. It's by one of the same devs, Pingu. Yeah, it is, the studio reformed after Salt and Sanctuary. Does not open from this side. Oh, good luck, Red Rock. Yeah. Military personnel are almost invariably in need of medical services and often psychiatric services as well, so you'll be doing a good thing and it'll enable you to go to the country that it sounds like you want to go to. Yeah, Salt, actually, I don't know if you were there for my, or our, I should say, recap stream, my recap stream with Mantis Man and Monotone of PAX, but the ramen restaurant that we went to, the ramen was, I don't know, like $14 a bowl, $14, $15. So it was more expensive than you'd get in Japan, but it wasn't egregiously more expensive, and the servings were a little bit bigger. So I feel like that kind of in some way justified the price, and it was really genuinely good ramen, at least on par with what I'd had in Tokyo at the Ramen Yatai. Oh yeah, that'll do it, Salt. I don't know, Tin Man. If you're paying around 1,000 yen, these days with the exchange rate what it is, that's fairly close to $10. At least I think it is. Matter of fact, now you've got me curious as to what the exact exchange rate. Let me see. So... oh, okay. I guess the exchange rate has changed since last time I checked. I'm showing 14 USD as being 1,823 yen. So a little less than double, I guess, yeah. Of course, food prices have gone up everywhere, so... oh, interesting, Luna. I mean, I guess that's one of the great things about ramen, isn't it? That you can prepare it so many different ways, and... it's very hard to make bad ramen. All right, hang on a minute. I just pulled a lever and activated something. Did that just create a couple of grapple points? Is that all that did? Oh, yeah, Tin Man, it's much easier to make at home than it is to try to get it for a decent price from a restaurant with food prices being what they are, but... matter of fact, Tin Man, actually, we have somebody else here who likes to make his own ramen, Echo Drop. And I have a feeling the two of you would probably get along fairly well. Or you would just fight over whose ramen is better, because... okay, I thought maybe it would open a secret gate somewhere here. Or maybe it opened a gate... maybe it opened a gate down here. Maybe that's what this whole thing was all about. Maybe the reason it gave us that shortcut was so that... we could get into the other side of the castle? Maybe? Did that lever... hopefully the lever opened this gate, but I have a sinking feeling probably... nope. So we are still stuck, and that stupid mage appears to have gone in here, where I can't reach him. Yeah, Nerf Master, making your own noodles is another story. That's a little bit more involved, but if you're willing to just buy the noodles from somewhere and just make your own broth, which is considerably less involved, then you can make a perfectly passable bowl of ramen at home. Ah, enjoy that affordable living while it lasts, Tin Man. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for you. But enjoy it while it lasts. Oh boy. Trying to catch up on chat here. Oh, okay, Tin Man, I see. So you're living in company housing, from the sounds of it. Honestly, that's probably the best way to do it, because then your company makes all the arrangements for you. I've definitely heard plenty of stories of people who have gone that route and are very happy with the results. Oh, no, Tin Man, you are lucky you're not getting the tiny apartment experience. The tiny apartment experience isn't something you brag about. You know, it's not something you seek. It's something that you do your best to try to rise above and avoid. You know, it's the kind of thing that you sign on with a company and have them make all of your arrangements expressly so that you don't have to live in a tiny apartment. Yeah, it is. That's what I meant earlier, Tin Man, about, I don't know if you were here earlier, or maybe not as early as as we ended up discussing it, but yeah, it is, for a whole long list of reasons, very difficult to get housing in Japan, because nobody wants to rent you anything. Because as a foreigner, they figure that you'll stick around for 6 months, trash their property, and then leave. And unfortunately, in some cases, they were right. They are right to assume that, because that does happen to landlords over there. You know, there's a reason they're afraid of it. And as much as the xenophobia side of it sucks, you can't blame a landlord for wanting to protect their property from people who are high-risk renters. Most countries, Willow, it is a problem. Yeah, like, investors and real estate companies are buying up property everywhere, and they're buying it up in such a way that regular people who want to buy a home can't compete. And they're driving up prices, and then they're turning around and renting out the properties they buy for ridiculous amounts of money. So congratulations on your house, Willow. Hang on to it. Hang on to it and don't ever sell it, because the value of land is probably only going to keep going up. Well, Tin Man, if you have a company that's already established in Japan, which it sounds like is what you did, they have a process that they go through where they provide housing that they either own or that they rent by arrangement that they've already established, right? But living in government-provided housing in Japan is, from what I've heard, not the best experience for the most part. And it is a crapshoot as to whether you're going to have that bad experience or whether you'll get lucky and you'll end up in a government building that's reasonably well maintained where your neighbors are not intolerable. Yeah, if you're single and not worried about space. Tin Man, it's not quite that. It's It's that if you buy a house in Japan, you become responsible for bringing the house up to code. And Japan has very, very strict housing codes. That's why there are so many abandoned houses there, because if somebody wants to get out from under a house that needs tons of repair, they can't sell it because no one's going to buy it. You might get a house in Japan for $10,000 US, but as soon as you buy it, it becomes your legal responsibility to put probably another 60 or 70,000 worth of work into it. And unless you're going to do that work yourself, you're basically buying your way into a mountain of responsibility and expense. Is what that is. Wow, Jalapeno, talk about predatory. Salt, it can be, but you really have to be fluent in the language, and you have to have a job that you can either do from anywhere, like you have to be able to work remotely, or you have to have a job already lined up. At any rate, I am getting to the point where I need to go get some dinner and some food. And looking at our uptime, I see that we've already been going for 9 hours, which is considerably longer than I expected we would go. So what I think I am going to do is I'm going to call it here. And we are going to go raid somebody else who is playing this game, whom I do not know, but who has 17 viewers and would probably really appreciate a nice big raid with some really nice folks. So we're going to go raid Vin the Win. I'm going to go call it and get some food and some sleep, if I can manage. And I'm going to bid all of you good time zone, and I hope that I will get to see you all sometime relatively soon, because Rogue Legacy 2 just got a major update. They just hit 1.0. They just had their retail release, and I've been wanting to check that out too. So the only issue there is I don't know when I'm going to have time with the project I'm working on. But whenever I do have time, you will all know about it. Thank you all so much for joining, and I look forward to seeing all of you next time. I hope next time will not be too far away. But take care, everyone, and I will catch all of you then. To all of my viewers, I appreciate your company. Thank you for hanging out. To everyone new who came to join the stream today, it's been a pleasure meeting you, and hopefully you will all find your way back. Take care, everybody.